Hey there, folks. This is Dr. Dino, your friendly host for the evening. For this week's Creation Science Theater, we shall be, well, I think we've covered him before, so once again, covering the great and powerful RawMatt, Standing for Truth's co-host, and his interesting understanding of a lot of things, mostly paleontology and geology and biology and a lot of other ologies, really. Also, this stream is special. It is a drinking stream because I don't think I can get through this one sober. As for our drinking rules, we have 4. First one is when Matt gets something wrong in regards to science. Second is when Matt misrepresents one of his sources. Third, Matt flubs the line and keeps it in the video. He does this a lot. I'm not sure he knows how to edit his own audio. And the last trigger for drinks is whenever Matt makes an ist comment. Now, this can be racist, sexist, homophobic, though that's an ick, or phobic, not an ist, but whatever. Whenever he makes a derogatory joke towards a group of people, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be eventful. The stream is also an open theater, so if you want to join us, feel free to click the link pinned at the top of the chat, and, well, even if you don't have a drink, you can come suffer with me. On the topic of drinks, tonight I have some Mike's Hard Lemonade. It's fairly low proof, but it's tasty. I got a black cherry flavor, which I really like. Feel free to let me know what y'all are drinking out in the chat, and we'll get started with our first video. So first up is a video on the Dinosauroid, which, if you're unfamiliar, is a hypothetical dinosaur that may have evolved if the dinosaurs, well, the non-avian dinosaurs didn't go extinct. We don't exactly hold to it nowadays. It's sort of representative of a lot of evolutionary ideas that we don't really subscribe to anymore. Specifically one called orthogenesis, which is that all creatures are evolving towards an ultimate goal, which is why, and I'll actually get a picture for visuals, this is why the Dinosauroid looks like looks very human-like. Now, if non-avian dinosaurs had continued to evolve, they probably wouldn't look anything like this. Here we go. Yeah, this is the Dinosauroid. It's interesting. Very, very interesting. And RawMatt decides to talk about it. Fortunately, this video is short. It's sort of just a taste of what's going to happen. Oh, and Andrew, dinosaurist. Yeah, there will be a little bit of that. Anyway, without further ado, we can get started. And even though this video came out a year ago, its highest quality is 720p, so don't blame me for a terrible video quality. Ooh, peach schnapps. That's tasty. So hello, Maya. Hello to Ember and Andrew as well. And Sanedra, who was here before anyone else. Once again, let me know what y'all are drinking out there. Feel free to come on and join if you want. And we can begin. I've said it in the past when covering Standing for Truth / RawMatt. They do have good intros. I will admit they have good intros. And good day there, Sydney. Hope everything's going well with you. What to do?
Some scientists consider a world in which we may have rubbed shoulders with a dinosaur equivalent as highly plausible.
Jeez, it looks like a frog.
You heard that correct. When I was in school, this is what was taught. If the Troodon species of dinosaurs didn't go extinct, they would have probably evolved into a humanoid form, just like us today.
So, first off, a horrific depiction there of a Troodon, quote unquote. But we now know that Troodon isn't a valid genus of dinosaur. And it's not a species, it's a genus. It's not valid. It was based on teeth, which, as it turns out, aren't very diagnostic for specific genera of dinosaurs. But this was never taught as fact, at least as far as I know. This was like a fun little hypothetical, and that's how it was taught to me when this came up in school. Like it says here, daring speculation. All right. So, yeah, Matt got something wrong. So, quick drink. Yeah, it was a hypothetical. It was never taught in school.
Natural selection had favored Troodon's acute vision, its grasping hands, and keen intelligence. What if it had continued evolving? Dale Russell would answer that question by projecting Troodon into a hypothetical future where dinosaurs had never gone extinct.
Yeah, that was the basic premise for the thought experiment. And his end result looked a little too human, especially for my tastes. There's no reason why it should be so upright or why it shouldn't have a tail. It's just kind of odd. Kind of really odd. Also, I'm just going to check real quick how my audio is sounding. Okay, better than I feared. Yay, thank you. Woo!
He was prompted by a group of scientists interested in the evolution of life, but not on Earth.
Yeah,
Experts at NASA.
So inspired originally by just, the question, the thought experiment. What would intelligent life look like on another planet? Which is an interesting question. Frankly, I don't think we can ever really know until we find one, because there's a lot of forms life can take.
We're looking into a research project based on a bold proposition that life might exist elsewhere in the universe. they asked Russell to calculate the odds that it might be intelligent.
Yes, thank you, Ember. Thank you.
Russell reviewed brain-to-body ratios as they evolved through time. Before the extinction of the dinosaurs, mammals and Troodon had similar body-brain proportions. In theory, both had equal...
Well, not quite. So what they're calling Troodon here has been synonymized with Stenonychosaurus? Yes, Stenonychosaurus, which is a troodontid now. Here, I got a good picture of this little guy. And for dinosaurs, they do have fairly large brains, but not... There's no guarantee that they would have been selected for increased intelligence to a mammalian degree, because mammals in general are very smart compared to reptiles. There are a few exceptions, many of them actually birds, but yeah, it's the evolution of intelligence is a complicated topic. So I guess if you had to pick a dinosaur to do this to, and you didn't just want to do a bird, then it's not a terrible pick.
chances of becoming more highly evolved. 65 million years ago, Troodon was full of potential.
Oh, that's great, Vesta. That's fun.
Given another eon or two, it might have looked like this. The Dinosauroid.
Evolutionary paleobiologist Simon Conway Morris.
I mean, there are lots of different, if you like, designs out there.
Also, yeah, this is something RawMatt seems to do a lot in his videos. He'll just shamelessly take someone else's video and use it for the bulk of a video on his channel. That's actually what the previous episode in this playlist was basically all it was. He talks about the monkeys and typewriters thought experiment. And he literally plays 3 different videos from other people. Just takes them and plays them. It's just, it's shameless. It really is.
In the natural world, but the humanoid is a really good design.
That's right. They said that the human form is the most optimal design, and that given enough time, they would have eventually evolved into humanoids, similar to us, and that we would be living alongside of them today. 2 separate species of humans living side by side through convergent evolution. And yes,
Now, they wouldn't be humans, and I think that's a drink for something he gets wrong, but it is shown as a humanoid, yeah.
you heard me right. They did say the human form is the optimal design.
Random Dilbert footage. Okay.
The human is extraordinarily well designed.
Oh boy. And then he does a source. Acknowledge there is indeed a design in living things. Now, I have not read this article. I'm actually curious what it actually says. Let's see. Found the article, doing a better reading. It's interesting. So it seems like this guy is, if I'm understanding it right, the scientist shown here. Oh, it's Kenneth Miller. I didn't see his name. Kenneth Miller. Okay, yeah, he's a. If I recall correctly, he is an evolutionary, or he's at least a biologist, but he does advocate for evolution. Because it was Kitzmiller versus Dover. Right. Kitzmiller versus Dover. Yeah. Yep, here we go. So this is Kenneth Miller. Kenneth Miller for the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. Yeah, he is a Christian that supports evolution. So when he's talking about design, it's not the kind of design that Matt here is trying to talk about. It's sort of a like evolution designs organisms in a way, because every population of organisms is going to try out 1,000 different ways to go around its issues, and a lot of them don't work. So it's the correct design for the situation that eventually works out. Also, it looks like we have a Bumblebee. Hello.
Yeah, hey. Sorry I'm late. Got caught up watching a movie with my kid, so glad I
No
could,
problem. You came in just in time for a drink because RawMatt is misrepresenting a source.
Oh, that sounds par for course. Oh,
Yeah, we have 4 drinking
what's our
rules tonight.
what's our source? Science Daily, huh?
Yeah, they're talking about Miller or Kenneth Miller from the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I miss the reptoids or dinosauroids or whatever?
You missed their introduction. Matt's going to talk a little bit more about them, though.
All right. I got to step away for just a second. I'll be right back, but I'm still here. I left my drink in the other room.
Fair. I'll go ahead and hit play.
The whole arrangement is actually designed for a particular mode of life, which, as you can see, looking around us, is incredibly successful.
Oh, let's see here. Yeah, Matt also just likes to pop a lot of crap on screen and not explain it at all. But okay, sure, people can be called masterpieces. We're the product of 4.5 billion years of evolution, so apparently, you humans are. Apparently you humans have done something right. But this
dirty
isn't really,
humans.
Yes, dirty humans. But it's not really relevant to this. What you drinking, Bree?
It's just vodka and Red Bull. That's my drink.
Oh boy, you're gonna be pretty shit faced by the end of this.
No, I have like one of those. I'm not coming on camera tonight, but I got one of those little straws. I'll be all right.
All right, just warning. The next episode is gonna be a lot of drinks because he does a lot more talking and a lot less just copying other people. Just a second.
Mm-hmm.
We might be having another guest on soon. We'll have to see.
Who we got lined up? You don't. I guess don't say until, because I don't want to feel like they're disappointed. Never mind.
It's all
But
right.
yeah,
So you've heard of the Dinosauroid before, right?
yeah. I had, so when I was a kid, we had the World Book Encyclopedias, right? And with the World Book Encyclopedias, every year you got a yearbook, and one of the yearbooks had the Dinosauroids in it as a plausible scientific, and this was from the 80s, right? As a plausible
Yeah.
scientific evolutionary path that dinosaurs might have taken if the KT extinction event had never happened, and for some reason they thought that they would become humanoid, which
Yeah.
doesn't really backed up by anything scientific. There's no reason why they couldn't remain horizontally biped and still function in the same way they would as a humanoid.
Mhm. Yeah. Let's see. I don't remember the name of it, but when I was a teenager, I remember reading this book series that was about intelligent dinosaurs waking up from hibernation and basically
There's a
fighting to
few
take
book
over the
series
world.
on that.
Yeah, it was a really good. I don't remember what it's called.
There was a comic book series like that too.
I mean, not
Excuse
surprised.
me.
It's a fun idea.
But I always
But-
thought that the Dinosauroid looked suspiciously like the Slee Stacks from the Land of the Lost, the lizard people, the reptile people. That, I don't know if you're familiar with Land of the Lost. It was actually
I haven't
before
seen
my
it in
time.
years.
So it's way before your time. It was like a late 70s, early 80s kind of show. So I was born in the mid 80s, but they did a revival series in the 90s, and then they did, of course, the spoof of it here with Will Ferrell a couple of years back. But and all of them, the Slee Stack are these reptile people that have scaly skin and big old eyes and look just like like a pseudomation version of the Dinosauroid. If you get what I mean by pseudomation, like what they used to do with Godzilla and stuff. So yeah, I wonder,
I
because
think I do, yeah.
because the Dinosauroid came after the Slee Stack, if they weren't subconsciously thinking about that when they were trying to figure out how to present this, and it's just an exercise in evolution. It's spec evolution. That's fine.
Yeah.
Spec evolution is fine.
Oh wow, I
but
just looked it up. You're right.
yeah, the Slee Stacks, yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Any iteration of them looks like a stylized version of the Dinosauroid.
I mean, they
pull
might
them
have
up on
come
the
from the
screen.
same idea, I guess.
Yeah, pull them up so the audience can see, because we might have some younger
here we
people.
go.
Yeah, these are Slee Stacks. They're cold-blooded and slow, but they live in big old tribes, so they overwhelm people. There's not, depending on which version is going to change the lore about them. So if you look at the Will Ferrell version, is going to definitely be different than the old 70s version. The masks from the night, the costumes from the 90s version weren't too bad. They were like I don't know, better than a Toho level, better than like a Power Ranger level, in my opinion. Yeah.
Oh, it looks like we actually have a creationist in the chat. So, can't have anything without DNA. Incorrect. There are a lot of organisms still alive today that only use RNA. And RNA can be spontaneously created by interaction between some basic molecules and certain types of clay. We've documented this in the lab. Yeah, there's a whole chain of events that could hypothetically lead to the first life forms. And keep in mind, the first life forms would be incredibly simple, even compared to what, like, the simplest organism today.
That's where people get kind of confused. Like, oh, why don't we see this happening today? It's because nothing, the I don't know how to put it, the purity of the experiment would, to get abiogenesis to happen again, it'd have to have no organic interference at all. And new life's not just going to be able to spring up where existing life already is, because it won't be able to compete in those early stages of development, right? When they're simple.
And I mean, also, like, that's not even talking about all the pseudo life forms, like viruses, or there's a billion other things that are. There's a gradient between alive and not alive. In some ways, you could say that crystals are alive. No, they aren't, but they're like living organisms in a way.
They do things that they have qualities that are correlate with life, but and they don't have all the qualities. Same with viruses, though. Viruses don't have all the qualities of life. That's why they don't quite fit the bill. And we have everything from non-life to I guess people want to think of us as the highest, and as humans as the highest end, whatever. But everything from viruses to us and everything in between, we have all those steps along the way, and people still want to say, "Oh, these things don't happen."
Yeah, they're biology is fascinating. It really is. Anyway, let's. Oh, sounds like Beamsy will be joining us. Guess he's making a pizza.
Oh, what do they put on pizzas in Australia?
I don't know. He shared a picture of one he made like a week or two ago, and it looked really
good. when AJ was talking about the pizza he made.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what?
So.
If it's such a good solution for us, is it so difficult to imagine it could be a good solution for a dinosaur, therefore a dinosauroid? I don't see why not.
Now, so hypothetically, could you derive a dinosaur that would look like this? Yeah, hypothetically, but it'd be incredibly unlikely for it to happen naturally.
You'd need a lot of generations with a lot of very specific pressures to get that.
Yes.
You'd have to, unless you wanted to artificially, and I don't know if we're at a place where we can do that now to spice the genes all up, but you could breed something like this, given enough time and being able to put enough pressures in the right places. But why would you?
Mean, hypothetically, I feel we definitely could. Like, we can insert wholly unrelated genes into different organisms, like jellyfish DNA into cats to make them glow in the dark.
Can we understand the dinosauroid belly button that we're seeing in this image, though?
Oh, do they have a belly button?
You see that the one by the pineapples? Look.
Oh, that might be a belly button.
I don't know for sure, but yeah, I saw the glow in the dark cats too. That was just a byproduct to just make sure that the gene insertions were working. They put the glowing gene in there, and I want a glowing cat now, like more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. So, thank you, science.
Could be wrong, but I think we do have belly buttons preserved in dinosaurs.
Do dinosaurs have belly buttons?
Apparently, Psittacosaurus had an analog.
For its
yeah, here, got a picture. We have some Psittacosaurus that are so well preserved, we can see they had not exactly a belly button.
It's like a zipper. It's a belly zipper.
Scar. Yeah, kind of.
Dinosaurs had, I mean, however they want to close it up, right?
Yeah. Oh, and we have someone new. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Ryan.
Not terrible, but I don't think you're the host for this stream, sir.
No, not so much. I was just closing off the Matters Now stream, and I got your message that you were talking about creationists. Like, and instantly I was like, "Oh, is he talking about like Pastelok? You know, the Sentinel witches and all that stuff?" I had to pop in and just see what was going on, but it looks like
talking about
look what's on the screen.
If you're familiar with him.
Rewind it about 15 seconds. Let him see some of the costumes and stuff that these people are using for their.
Oh, so yeah. I guess just a little context. So this is a video by a young Earth creationist talking about a hypothetical creature called the Dinosauroid.
So the thing I just saw on screen, are they trying to say that this is a real thing?
No. It's
They're trying to convince them that this is what evolutionists believe is real.
Yes.
So essentially, yes.
Because this is speculative evolution from the 80s.
He's taking speculative evolution and saying that's what we actually think would happen. No, it's a fun thought experiment.
That is pretty good.
Yeah.
I do like the costumes.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure what I was walking into because I got your message on Discord, and me and Ozian were having just a little debate about morality, whether it's subjective or objective. And then I got your message that you're talking about creationists, and I was like, oh shit, we were just having a conversation about Mike Johnson the other day on our show and talking about his support of Ken Ham, and the Ark Encounter and stuff like that. So we ended up going into a bit of history as far as like the Bill Nye versus Ken Ham debates.
Classic.
It is classic, but because of this whole speaker with Mike Johnson coming up again, it is very much a threat, in my opinion, that you're going to see more of this, removal of evolution, books that are teaching evolution, books that are antithetical to the Christian worldview, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think I'm right in that assessment?
I
watch
think
the school boards,
but I hope not.
We have an organization called Moms for Liberty, very prominent in states like Texas, Tennessee, Florida, Missouri, that are pushing to get woke science removed from the textbook, that we can't talk about certain things. They were protesting, talking about how frogs change their sex, for instance. They didn't want that to be taught in school.
Putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I did not see that good of an Alex Jones impression come out of someone with such a small neck. No offense, but you have to have a neck that's wider than your head to do a real good Alex Jones, but yours was pretty spot on.
I'm trying to be quiet too because I got a whole family that's in bed. But I'll let you know, Bumblebray, I don't appreciate your commentary on my terrible impression. No, as I say, honestly, so this is a real concern that people have, that there are certain chemicals that are being, put in water that is causing people to become effeminate.
Mm-hmm. That's what happened to me. That's the chemicals turned me trans. Yeah.
It's too late for you, Bumblebray.
Yeah,
you drank too much of the water.
I was, I was completely cis, and I got in the shower, and it
and your dick just started going.
Yeah, turned right into a vagina,
and then
suddenly I had,
that
feminizing water.
It's dangerous, I mean, I understand why he was screaming about it on air. It makes sense now because
there are people who, you host these debates. There are people who will argue that there's stuff in the water that's feminizing us. They'll even I've seen their memes and stuff that they make about how effeminate we've become.
Sorry, Beamsy. God damn it, Beamsy.
Yeah, Flint turned me gay. Yeah.
that deserves the Peterson. Flint turned me gay. Yeah. I was suffering under the hierarchy, and then all of a sudden I realized that all I really wanted was 7 massive erections going inside. Anyway, sorry. These people obviously have some sort of repression going on. I think the people that believe in the thing that we're looking on screen, I think a lot of them just really wish that they knew more about astrology, and they just want to believe I understand what's really
this
going
dude
on.
Is all in on that shit.
I don't want to.
This is RawMatt.
I don't want to get you talking
RawMatt.
about Jordan Peterson and
this is RawMatt, the breatharian. Do you know what a breatharian is?
No, I want to hear it. Yeah, tell me.
Oh, so they don't eat very much. Some claim they don't eat at all. They just survive on the sustenance from the air alone.
That sounds
Yeah,
feasible.
right.
Yeah. So this is his website, and he is an intriguing individual.
He doesn't wear a condom, apparently, based on that. RawMatt.
Notice that this is his website. And look, here you can read chapter 1 of his book online.
Oh,
It's
man.
such bad anti-evolution nonsense. It's like the cream of the crop. They actually have a video that has like 21 million views. That's one.
I want to tell weirdos on the internet, like, stop selling CBD oil. Like, you're making stoners sound fucking weird.
I'm
Yeah.
like stoned right now, and I'm not buying your Reptoid bullshit or Dinosauroid
like-
bullshit.
Like
Right?
this dude has almost 30,000 subscribers. Like what the hell?
Oh my god, he's more popular than me. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I mostly moderate on Modern Day Debate, so I mean, a lot of people look at me and they're like, "Oh, you got 140,000 subscribers over there," and I'm like, my own channel has like 26 subscribers. Like,
Oh, also, Beansy
saying.
wants me to show off his pizza.
Oh,
That looks good, buddy.
that does look
am
good.
am I the biggest YouTuber on the screen right now? Woohoo! With my 1,100 subscribers, I'm the big time, I guess.
I was gonna say, I am directly James' partner on the show, so I'm gonna claim those 140,000 subscribers.
Yeah, you
just so I
claim
feel
those,
bigger.
babe.
I just
You
feel
claim
bigger
those,
than you now.
baby.
Yeah, I feel special now. Oh man,
Yeah.
you want to see this though? I sent this to. Oh, I gotta open up my chat here. I sent this to James the other day. Are you guys both American?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am. We're both actually in the Midwest.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
also, we have a Beansy.
Hey, pizza guy.
I did tell you, Beyond, when the pizza was done.
Did you guys? Have you guys ever had a poutine?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I was gonna say I took a video of this. Hold on, I'll show you for the sake of this is how far we've come, boys. This is how far we've.
Mm.
This is real
Oh
up
dear.
here, right? Hold on, creation science. Oh wait, no, I gotta do-
If you click present, I can pop it on screen.
There we go. This is it right here. Look at that. Hold on. Look at this.
So intense.
That is a poutine. Steak poutine.
poutine. It's
Nice.
gravy, cheese.
I also
and
lost
fries.
8 pounds while I was in Texas. I had to. Like this was a necessary thing. It was insane because I just could not consume things for some odd reason. Like I was especially after the whole Matt and Andrew situation. Like I went back to the hotel room. We had the after show, and I ended up just like drinking beer, and that was pretty
Wow.
much the majority of my diet while I was in Texas.
Yeah, we've had a few conversations about that whole thing. That was
What do you want to know?
oh boy.
I pretty much know everything. I know why Matt walked off. I know what happened with Andrew. And
It seemed like they had it planned that he was going to try to run Matt off, and he had his cameraman out there waiting for Matt to storm off so he could follow him around like a TMZ kind of guy.
yeah, and unfortunately, I've already said this live, so it's fine. I don't care if he's watching because he's already coming after me, and I've already got emails from him. Yeah, this definitely seemed very planned by Matt. And when they decided that they were going to start their own debate channel, and he pretended that he never looked into his opponent, I shouldn't say I think he looked into his opponent. I had thought, with all the hints that I gave him and his fans, there's no way he didn't look at Andrew and knew exactly what Andrew was going to do. So I do look at it as an opportunity to try to drive people from Modern Day Debate over to his channel where he says, oh, well, I'm going to vet my opponents better in the future. But, really, we just take calls from random theists and tell them to shut the fuck up. And we put them on mute and tell them if they open their mouth one more fucking time, then I'm going to hang up on you. I think Andrew met Matt with a lot of energy that Matt gives off. He called people lunatics, where Matt calls people delusional. The only difference is we disagree with Andrew.
I think there's a few more things than that.
Oh no, your other person dropped. They were like, fuck this Ryan guy. He sucks. No. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Doc.
Well, hope and breed comes back. We Mark Reed and I did a stream on this the other day, and we had problems with that whole thing.
And Andrew's been coming after me for 9 hours, and I will say, Andrew, if you're watching any of these streams that I've been doing these last few days, send me your address. I have a handkerchief ready for you for all those tears. So many tears have they been flying over the fact that Ryan was so professional. Ryan was so nice, but he doesn't like me. They've been crying about that for like 9 hours on air. These people that cry about safe spaces and how homosexuals and trans people are apparently so sensitive and all these other things that they want to say, but they get really upset when I say, I don't really like that guy. It's strange.
In the end, it wasn't about how he said it. It was what he actually said was the issue.
Making fun of people that are, unaliving themselves. I'm going to say that for the sake of Doc Dino's screen, or Dino's stream here. Making fun of people that unalive themselves was the next, and he did it again. Like during Q&A, he once again said, oh, if I have to refer to people as a certain way just to walk on eggshells so they won't accidentally unalive themselves, that's ridiculous or something like that. I can't remember how he put it, but it was really like, I had said to James afterwards that the thing that didn't make sense to me initially is that Matt shared a stage with Jordan Peterson, who has done arguably way more harm to the trans community than Andrew could ever do. But Jordan Peterson shows a general concern for people who are unaliving themselves, whereas Andrew showed complete disregard for that. Maybe that's the difference.
There are two aspects of Jordan Peterson that makes him respectable in a lot of cases. He is both compassionate and he's professional. Andrew was just going for... He was creating a dumpster fire. That's what he wanted. And he got what he wanted.
Yeah, I don't think it speaks well for like where we're going as far as like the discourse. Like I even said to Ozzy, and like he knows, very different people. We host the show. Like I got the background on me now for Matters Now. We're very different people, and we do see that like people like Matt that are cursing and swearing at people and telling them to shut the fuck up, and they're hanging up on them, and they're cutting people off, and they're calling people delusional. That they are creating. We had a discussion tonight about the Israeli-Hamas situation, and we did make an equivocation of like, it's similar to that in the sense of like they are creating their own radicals. And as the moderate atheist, I'm like, I don't want Christians to look at somebody like that and think that I align myself with that type of radicalization. And then, like I said, the other side is the people that meet them with that same energy. So you have people like Matt that call people delusional, and then you have people like Andrew that make fun of people that unalive themselves and call them lunatics. I see that as him trying to meet that energy, but the reason we don't empathize with it is because objectively he is wrong and unkind. But at the end of the day, I saw it, and I'm just putting this out there because whatever, I'm hanging out with you guys. I see them both as kind of bullies in their own departments. But hey, Ember, man, I wanted to hang out with you. I wanted to hang out with you earlier. What's going on, buddy?
I know. I'm sitting at a stop waiting to get assigned a door. I didn't hop on earlier because it's every truck, every reefer is running here, and I'm 40 feet from I-8, so it's pretty loud. So pardon my background noise. But
And
Sound great.
I had to jump in because the discussion kind of took an unexpected turn. I think when most people say that it looked planned, they were talking about Andrew. Andrew was pulling a Daniel Pikachu in order. Do you mind? Noisy traffic.
Yeah.
Andrew was pulling a Pikachu in order to produce content for his channel. Oh, I made the atheist rage quit and yada yada. But then you come back with Matt premeditated it, and I'm just like, this whole thing was orchestrated for disaster intentionally by everybody involved. Because
Except for James, who got
I'm
so
not
upset.
convinced about that.
I am, because I was next to James, who was witnessing this whole situation, and you heard James, and even James messaged me afterwards and was like, "Thanks, Ryan, for like staying so calm in the room and like just taking questions from the audience." Who was really pissed because, James was ready to throw people out because he didn't know what to do. He was just, and he admitted that he was just like, I did not expect things to go this way. Like, he expected very much, like, when Andrew started going down that path, I had leaned over to James and I was like, "Hey, I hosted Matt with Howard, so I had this insight. I had emails from Matt saying I'm going to be leaving the ACA. Sorry, not the ACA. I was just saying he left the ACA, and he wasn't quiet about that either. But he said to me he's leaving Modern Day Debate after DebateCon, and my intuition has told me that Matt doesn't just leave a place quietly. He is trying to drive his
true.
He is trying to drive his audience. I blocked this person. When he did it with Cosmic Skeptic, there was like 3 episodes of him pretending that he didn't want to talk about the fact that he blocked him, but he did every time say that, "Oh, I blocked Cosmic Skeptic on Twitter because he was telling me that vegan is, the best way to go about it morally, and I don't agree, and I just blocked him because he was driving me nuts." Unfortunately, Matt has. And that's why I said to Ozian, as much as we disagree about things, I said, as atheists, I do think that him calling people delusional over very simple things, him putting people on mute and saying, "No, you shut the fuck up. If you open your mouth one more time, I'm going to hang up on your ass. I swear to God, you open your mouth one more time, and that's it. We're hanging up on you. You're not going to have a fucking word to say on this show again." He does that. And people like Andrew look at
his
that
own
and
show
they
is called The Hang Up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and people like Andrew look at that and they say, "I'm gonna match that energy." And I think that people like Matt have created their own radicals on the other side because I have to deal with them, and they are after him.
Yeah, he's got fanboys the same as Austin does, and a whole bunch of people who, no matter what happens in the debate, their favorite person clearly trounced the other person, and so on and so forth. But it's an interesting how the fallout's gone, because a lot of people said they unsubbed from MDD after that particular debacle. And yet I look at the sub count and it's gone up like 20,000 since that weekend.
It's because of my pretty face. That's all it is.
And your tune. The new intro music is, way better than the old crap.
Yeah. I need those real drums on that though. The words though, I was gonna say I mean every single word that I say in that song. But yeah, as for like knowing that this was going to happen, I looked at it as Matt saw Andrew as an easy opportunity to say, "Look at Modern Day Debate. They are so transphobic. They're so wicked. Look at this person that they're platforming." And the way James was looking at it is Matt has this ego that he is the end boss. And if you're going to call yourself the end boss, you are going to have to deal with the heroes of the other side. They're going to come into your dungeon and they're going to come with all of their weapons after their long journey, and they're going to try to beat the end boss. And he fled. as a PR stunt to try to draw an audience to his side. He could have stayed there and absolutely mopped the floor with that guy, and I think the world would
So
have been a better place for it. But he instantly went on his social media to say, "Hey, come over to my show. We're gonna do this the right way."
so
I have
so
my doubts.
if I may, so
Yes.
Ryan, I understand what you're saying, but like, and I'm not the only one who has this opinion. I've seen it thrown around a lot. A lot of people feel that MDD should have more of a vetting process for who they feature on their platform. And
Yeah,
I will
for
just say
context,
it's
I
not my
said,
channel. I
yeah.
understand that.
For
It's just
context,
an
I did
opinion that
say,
I've seen a lot.
yeah, for context, I did say to James after the last time I hosted Andrew, I did not think that he was being a very productive voice in the conversation. I had muted people so that he could get his opinion in there. I was fair to the guy. He can never complain about that. But when I was fair to him, he would jump in and say, "Oh, Naomi is a prostitute, or she's a whore on OnlyFans," and some, it's. I messaged James and I said, "I don't want to platform this guy anymore. I don't think he's a productive voice." And the whole reason that I joined Modern Day Debate initially was because Jimmy Snow said, "Go get yourself a media presence, and I'll have you on the line." And then it turned into me being like, "Oh, I actually get paid at Modern Day Debate." One and two. I think there's value in cleaning up a space that's not an echo chamber, where it's still pretty small. If it got to 100, if it got to 1 million subscribers and it was still the way that it is right now, I would probably say, okay, this is problematic. But
So
as it's
I do.
progressing, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I do kind of get that, but MDD is still one of the, I guess, the biggest fishes in this specific pond. I feel like I don't. Maybe I'm just ignorant, but I don't think there are a lot of other big debate hubs on YouTube, at least.
Well, there was Pangburn for a while there, but
yeah, Pangburn. They've been kind of like toying with coming, like every so often they'll release a clip of a past debate, but they're not doing anything new. I don't know what's up. Like, are they incubating and planning to rise like a phoenix from the ashes, or because if they're just done, why are they still posting stuff?
Well,
I don't understand.
As much as I do like Matt too, it's also the fact that there are a lot of people that refuse to debate him because they've seen too much content of him just absolutely raking Christians through the mud, in the sense of like, "Oh, so you agree with slavery rules and stuff like that." Like, I don't want to be too hard on him because he's been a great influence as far as like me getting involved with this stuff, but as far as him saddling Christians with certain views, I think that he has become quite toxic to the overall conversation. And of course, Jimmy's coming after me now, and it's becoming a little bit strange because, like I said, I volunteered for those guys. I helped them out. I've never done anything to them. I messaged Arden and said, "Hey, I'm sorry about what happened at Modern Day Debate. We were hoping to expose people like Andrew so you wouldn't have to deal with people like Andrew going forward thinking that they have a point to make."
Yeah, that's sort of been Matt's whole thing. Like, the reason he took on Pikachu was he kept talking it up, saying, "I want to crush him so badly no one else ever has to deal with him again." He could have done the same thing to Andrew.
So I just a suggestion I floated in the stream with Mark Reed that I talked about. Maybe for MDD, this is just a suggestion. Maybe the moderators should take a quick look over the people's opening before they, give it, just to make sure that it's not just full of personal attacks or veiled personal attacks. Like I feel.
Yes, like
Andrew's
men having
opening
sex with men in wigs. I was in that crowd. I was there at the time. It was very tough. And like I said, I looked over at James and I said, "Hey, I don't know if we should cut him off right now," because I don't know if you heard any of the other debates, but there were definitely times that I looked over at James and I was like, "I'm going to cut them off." They're not
Well-
talking about anything good. And then I would just inject and be like, hey guys, you're not actually talking about the subject. Let's get back to what we're talking about. But when it
did
came to
catch that.
Andrew, I was gonna say, when it came to Andrew, and especially if you watch Andrew's live stream that he just put up, you'll hear me saying to James, I heard it when I watched Andrew's live stream that he re-uploaded. You'll hear me saying to James, he's not talking about Christianity. Matt's gonna get pissed. And I was right, but James had looked back at me and said, hey, this is what Matt signed up for. These are the types of arguments that he's been engaging in. I think that this is going to be good. And as I rewatched Andrew's argument, I was very much flabbergasted by like, okay, I think I could have hammered every single one of these points. I get that it's intactful, obviously intactful to call people lunatics, just as I agree with just as I agree that if Matt's calling people delusional, that's also the same thing. What's the difference between calling people delusional and calling them there's no difference. And it's the same thing as when he was on with Howard and he said you need mental help. What's the difference between telling somebody that they need mental help and telling them that they are the R word? There's hardly a difference to me. So it's like, if you want to pretend that you're engaging in better discourse, you're barking up the wrong tree if you're talking to this Canadian right here.
I mean, I think you're kind of focused on the wrong thing.
Maybe. I'm talking about like the overall niceties of the discourse, because I think if Andrew would have presented all of his points as he did without the pointed attacks, it could have gone in a successful route.
There's no way that he does an attack on trans people that goes over well.
And you're missing the forest for the tree, Ryan.
I'm saying like if the
Ryan,
fact that they're easy to
Ryan,
refute.
can I just got here and you've been talking a lot and you've been pissing me off because like as an audience member and talking to a fuck ton of people that were like watching this, what we're upset about is the fucking transphobia. Everybody knows. Everybody knows who Andrew is. Everybody knows who Matt is. There's a lot of reasons.
Matt knew who Andrew was.
There's a lot of people like me don't watch either of them, and there's a lot of reasons that people that I know do watch them. But this was like this is not cool. And to say that people are
upset cool
because like Matt, because he wasn't I don't know, polite and was just so mean and used mean words to Matt. Like it had nothing to do with that. He wasn't on topic. He lured Matt in so that he could shit on his girlfriend who wasn't even fucking there. Like that. I mean, Matt has never done that. Matt has never done that. And don't you say that he does the same thing that Matt did, because that is what people are pissed off about. And that is why Matt walked out.
I've already admitted that, like I said, we disagree with Andrew, but as for calling people lunatics or calling people delusional,
it's what Matt does. We all agree with that. That is what Matt does. Okay, you're right. But I mean, you're wrong in literally everything else. And holy shit, can we like?
No, like
somebody
I said,
say it.
Ryan, you're missing the forest for the trees. Like I said, the aspect of what is wrong with the situation is, it would be all right if Chris had actually just called. No,
if Matt refuted him, that would have been awesome.
No, it would not. It would not. That was not what Matt.
Can you not interrupt me, Brian? Because of the fact meaning, if Chris had just called Matt an idiot or had just basically insulted Matt, it wouldn't have been bad, because that would have been lowering to what Matt does on his own show. But it's the fact being that he was indirectly attacking a group of people.
Yeah,
it's not a matter of just attacking an individual, which is what Matt does to lower it. What he was doing was insulting, belittling, and attacking a vulnerable group of people who have a very, very high rate of offing themselves.
Yes,
purely because of attitudes like Chris's.
And that's why. Sorry, I was just going to say I wanted the audience to interact with this guy because I thought
I understand what you're saying, but can you let Beansy finish? You've been talking a lot.
This is why if you wanted to have kept this professional, you should have let him go on his own tangent, well away from the topic. And as soon as he was attacking an entire group of people, that should have been called for the bigotry it was, and it should have just been stopped there. Shut your mouth! You're being a bigot. Get to the topic, or get off. That's what should have
100%.
happened.
And that's why
Yeah.
everyone's upset.
Yeah, and that's why, like I said, I looked over at James and I was like, I don't think he's talking too much about Christianity. And James had an assurity that, Matt should be able to hammer him on these points. And I was like, you're right. These are really low bar points. But when he brought up the point, like I said, about being callous about people that are offing themselves, yeah, it was becoming extremely uncomfortable. And I didn't want to leave it in a situation where people were just sitting in that room wanting to attack Andrew physically and not getting a chance to get their thoughts out, because once again, that's not me. Just because I don't want somebody to be physically attacked doesn't mean that I support their views. But I did create a situation where everybody could get up and make their views apparent. And then we had an after show where we also talked about all of this and how we were doing our best to stay professional in the environment, and also the importance of exposing people that do espouse these views, because unfortunately the people that espouse the worst views generally hang out in an echo chamber. Isn't that an advantage if you're coming on a show where people are actually having an open discussion? How do you know you disagree with anybody if you don't get to hear what they think?
But as soon as he had actually spouted his bigotry, that should have been the end of it. Because as soon as you allowed him to platform his bigotry in public, you lost your professionalism.
Yeah. I agree with you, Beamsy. I agree with you. But I am working with James. So, it's one of those things where I'm explaining what happened as far as like the modern day debate view. I have my own views. And as I said, I had already messaged James prior to this saying, I don't think Andrew's an effective voice. I don't think he should be on the show. I think that his crew is incredibly toxic. And the idea of exposure is sometimes more important. I get that, because there are people that are like Andrew. He's not an outlier.
And
Why
that's
not
why it should have been
expose him?
brought to attention. But you exposed him the wrong way. You didn't actually expose him at all. You let him kept spouting his nonsense.
I think after his 9 hours of complaining about me personally, he has exposed himself as a very sensitive, wafered, thin-skinned person. But honestly, Ember, I wanted to hang out with you earlier because you messaged me while I was at Texas, and it was a really intense situation.
Yeah, it very much.
So
I didn't see it live because being on the road, the signal's shitty very often. But after everybody started talking about it, I'm like, I have to see what the hell happened myself. And on the plus side, it was short, easy to watch, but I was just, I don't know. I had so many mixed thoughts because as an event organizer myself, who's had headliner guests walk out, I'm like, the fuck do you do? But also,
yes,
there's issues on top of issues. Like as a trans person myself, I was not happy with Andrew, but on the flip side, I've heard James make the case before. Famously, that one time he platformed Nazis, and even other Christians called him out on that. They were like, "Dude, why are you putting Nazis on the air?" And he said something to the effect of, "Bad ideas need to be exposed. If a debater can't beat a Nazi, they shouldn't be debating."
Simply enough, honestly. If you can't beat a Nazi, what is wrong with your debating skills? And the other thing too is we have a problem here in Canada, and I think you know about him, the Proud Boys, Gavin McInnes. He was banned from almost
we got a bunch of those
every.
guys.
Yeah, he was banned from how many streaming services, and still ended up getting extreme popularity. And coming on Modern Day Debate, do you think that did him a benefit? Do you think that helped him?
It's hard to say because I understand where James is coming from with that perspective, but on the flip side, there are those hardcore fans that are never going to change their mind, that do show up to every debate, that make the chat so toxic sometimes. And I believe very, very much in the importance of exposing bad ideas as bad ideas. The problem is how to do it responsibly without giving the people with the bad ideas the opportunity to recruit.
Yes. And that's why it was like, well, we're already at DebateCon. Andrew's there. He's incredibly hateful. And and to me, I'm like, that's the opportunity to expose him as saying these, callous things about people that are unaliving themselves. It's, yeah, like I said, and I'm not saying that Matt has to deal with this. It's a responsibility of himself. But what I am adding context to is that Matt knew who Andrew was and saw it as an opportunity. And I'm not telling you everything that I know, but I am telling you for sure that this is a PR stunt more than anything. Because if Matt can share a stage with Jordan Peterson, who has arguably done way more harm to the trans community, but like I said, he can engage professionally, but has done way more harm to the overall trans community, and sit on a stage with him, then I don't see why he can't be like, okay, what this guy just espoused was, and maybe that's a point. That's a good point. When Matt said, no, we're not going into open discussion, maybe it could have been an opportunity for me to say, let's go into a 10-minute back and forth, because maybe Matt just wanted the floor a little bit longer. I don't know, but
I really don't think so. I think Matt was bound
ready
and
to do the
determined to
PR.
walk out. Yeah,
So,
he was going regardless. I mean, he'd been burned out, I think, since Howard, possibly even before that.
Bob
and he was
was
just
the
like,
one.
yeah, like he just had the mindset, one thing goes a certain way and I'm just done, kind of thing. But that also is sort of it's a minor issue compared to all the others, but it is still an issue that James has been using Matt like a hammer for a long time now. Like, he'll find the most horrible looking pegs he can and then hit them with Matt.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with Matt's
if I
ego
may,
as well. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So, sorry, we've been on this topic for a while.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
we're
we're
I think
way
we can
off topic.
I think we can all agree that what happened was a shit show.
Yes.
And as I said previously, MDD is not my channel, but I and a lot of other people feel that it is in need of some manner of reform in how it determines who to have on, and to a degree, like at least what their opening statements are, because this isn't the first time a guest has gone off on a completely unrelated tangent to the entire debate and just wasted everyone's time for an hour and a half or more.
You've seen me do so many debates where people have wasted so many minutes of their time, and I'm just there like, please tie this into the point. And I just to add to that is,
it's just,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Unfortunately, that's your failure as a moderator. It's your role to actually keep them on the point.
Well, this is something that has irritated a lot of people in the MDD community. That's all I can really say. Like, the fans wish for a bit better, if that makes sense.
It does, because if you remember, I said I don't want to host Andrew anymore. And even James messaged me and said, I'm trying to find, I hope he sees this, Andrew, we were actively trying to find a replacement for your ass, because that's how, and at the end of it, James was like, you know what? I think it would be really good if we got Matt to have the discussion about secular humanism versus Christian ethics, which is better for society, because it would give Matt an opportunity to defend a thing that is very pertinent to him on his current show. And like I said, it backfired. We know that it was a mistake, but at the same time, Matt understood. He understood that as well, and used that as an opportunity to say, "Hey, stop watching modern day debate. Look at us. We are not toxic. All we do is take calls from random Christians and tell them to shut the fuck up, put them on mute. We're better."
Right. So think I'm
Yeah,
I'm gonna
there's
start playing the
layers of
video
issues
again.
upon issues.
But yes.
But I think Doc is right. We should get
This
back
is something
to
we could have
the
our
other
own
Matt.
like 4-hour stream talking about.
Absolutely. I was gonna say I wish I would have hung out with you and Matt. Mark, when you guys were doing your live stream. I was actually hanging out with Ozzy and doing that stream last night, but I should have
It's
hung out with
still
you.
on Mark's channel if you want to check it out. We talked about a lot of things like this.
Yeah. A lot of those things I'm like, oh man, if people would just message me and ask me the question of like, hey, what was going on behind the scenes, it would have added so much context to so many of these online reviews. But let's get back to the Greg Pasterlock style creationist, the sin and the witches,
Anyway, drinking stream. Let's go.
Yeah, we got so sidetracked because every space I've been going into lately has just been like, what happened with Andrew and Matt Ryan? Tell me the story. It's been fun.
The images you see were made from speculative zoology. And the art created from this was actually pretty cool. And when you see the paintings made from the concept, I think you'll agree. This idea died out, but this is what you get when you believe in evolution. Your mind allows for any possibility that anything could happen via evolution. Just add time. Anything, that is, except for a designer. And that God.
Except for all the Christians who believe in it.
This is. I'm glad you started playing the video because, my brain has got a totally different mind frame now. Holy lightning. What are with these
I think that was
strange
a couple
looking-
drinks there.
What's going on with these butter-skinned, like super moisturized faced, like aliens? Like I'm kind of feeling somewhat attracted to these things. What's going on with these?
Okay.
God created.
Had the dinosaurs survived, a creature like this might have built great cities, created works of art, and gazed at the stars.
What is this
questioning
creature?
The meaning of it all.
It's an evolved dinosaur.
A spark of what we define as human consciousness may have smoldered in a small dinosaur 70 million years ago.
Oh my. Isn't that fascinating, boys?
The Troodon carries a message for our kind.
And from here, Matt just plays out the rest of some more documentary, and it's just he steals so much content. Like he really does. He's
This is
awful.
why I don't debate people, because I end up just laughing my whole way through, and people are like, "You're belittling me," but like, this is hilarious.
Oh, well, here's the next video. Last video we're gonna cover. Are apes people?
Yeah,
Nope.
I mean, I'm pretty apish. I go
This
ape.
And just this one's a little older, and this is RawMatt, or Young Earth Creation as he calls himself now. He is horrifically lazy. He really is.
That is quite the descriptor. Oh, don't forget. Oh yeah.
Hey,
that.
people in the chat, do the subscribe thing. Do it now.
Yeah. You watching Doc Dino? You like Doc Dino?
I just wanted to make a real quick video about cladistics and how taxonomists can move things around as they please, and how they have done this to human beings.
And that's misrepresentation. That's not how it works.
Yeah, that's definitely not how cladistics work.
We just go where the earthquakes fly, you know? What is going on with this video?
Oh, we're only 20 seconds in, it gets a lot worse.
Okay.
So evolutionists are always trying to make
Brace.
sure that everything is related and wanted to classify man as an ape. So they came up with a way to linguistically smuggle mankind into the ape family. A scientist
That's a drink.
Oh man, yeah, you're right. I better just drink and I'll shut the fuck up because that's so stupid.
Yeah. Linguistically smuggle. No, we categorize animals based on their physical characteristics and their genetics. It's pretty simple.
clipped together 5 physical features that humans share in common with apes to
Those are 5 of the features humans share. There's a lot of other ones, but he thinks there's only 5.
swindle man into that
focus on
family. Basically, they played a language game. Just like the United States Post Office has.
Oh, that's a flub. He said just like.
Just like the United States Post Office. What kind of analogy is he making that's actually pertinent?
I don't
To
think
be
I
fair,
want
it's
to know.
an okay analogy, but eh. What was that, Beamsy?
I don't think I want to know what sort of analogy comes from Matt's mind.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, this is the other thing. He flubs lines and he just leaves it in. He can't re-record a freaking line. What the hell?
Systems for naming states, including 2-letter abbreviations. They will change the system if it suits them. At one time, the state abbreviation for Massachusetts was MASS, and for California, it was CALIF. Now it is reduced to just CA or MA. And they can do this with anything. They can do this with taxonomy. I can do it with a raccoon and show similarities between us and them.
So you can show similarities between humans and raccoons. They're both mammals. They're both eutherians, a specific type of mammal, and more. But what we do in cladistics is we find animals that are more close to each other than they are to everything else and group
Silly.
them like that.
It's still a little eukaryotes, you know? We just stick together, you know? We're in on the conspiracy. All of us.
So, oh man, I just cracked my back. Oh, that felt nice.
Well, that's good.
But what is funny to me is that these 5 things that we share in common are actually vastly different when we look into detail. Let's look at them, shall we? Marx, in 2009, said, apes are something that have no tail, a fused tailbone vertebrae, a large brain, and a rotating shoulder. Well, let's actually look at these things in detail. Our jaw is parabolic in shape. Not a single primate is. So now...
First, incorrect. There are other primates with parabolic jaw shapes, and
Differences.
I'd like to
between
get
humans and primates.
visuals. So here are the jaws of 3 different animals. You have a chimpanzee, Australopithecus afarensis, and human.
Well,
Now,
I know they all look the same. They just maybe went through different life experiences. Sorry, I'm just being a troll.
Well, just by parabolic, he means it's this nice, smooth curve. And he's saying no primate has that. Well, first, the chimp is sort of like that. It's a little straighter up front and to the sides.
The fangs throw it off.
Australopithecus is in between. What was that, Beamsy?
The fangs throw it off. If the fangs weren't there, it would actually be a lot easier to see the curve.
Yeah, that's fair. But, here's found a better diagram that has them a little less prominent.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, no, a diastema is a gap between the teeth. Which, I know some humans have that.
And others have the gap between their heads.
Between their
As
ears,
somebody
yeah.
who recently moderated a debate where somebody said that, humans, they say we're descended from apes. Oh, I wish we just had this diagram on the screen because we went to an after show one time and we had that discussion, and I was very keen. I was like, everybody, all at once, let's say it all together. Why is it that basically the whole room was like, we are descended from modern apes, we are descended from apes, right? But not from modern apes, right? Sorry, I said that backwards, but the whole room was just like, hey, why is it that science, classifies this as as an ape, right? And the whole room was just like, guys, we're still apes, right? So it's
Which,
just
I
so
mean,
silly.
humans are. Humans are.
I just got so angry because there's so many people that try to take those terms and try to just play runaway politics with them and say, well, we're more than that because our morals and our brains and, we're great.
Yeah, but, the trend becomes even more obvious when you add more species. We go from a chimpanzee through a few different species of Australopithecus. This one right here should say PA, but whatever. First member of genus Homo here, Homo habilis, and then Homo sapiens. Yeah, the face got squished over time.
You can see
Littler and
right out
cuter,
of
just
the
like mine.
similarity.
I'll be right back, Doc.
Is very different. Next, can our shoulder rotate? Sure, obviously. But here's the thing. When we investigate this, we find that the human shoulder blades are actually unique to humans, having
So they are different. The human shoulder blade is generally better suited for throwing than it is for suspensory locomotion, like you see in a chimpanzee. It's harder for an adult human to move themselves around with just their arms. But it's still it is a primate shoulder. It is very plainly a primate shoulder.
Yeah, if you get the scapula and actually put it over each other, you can see it's nearly identical.
Let me see if I can find a good picture.
He's just completely and utterly misrepresenting what cladistics is and how clades work.
Oh, well, of course he is. And here are a bunch of scapulae from different apes. So we have a gorilla, an orangutan, a chimpanzee, gorilla, orangutan, and Homo sapiens. And yeah, they're very similar. The human one is just slightly different because humans don't really swing with their arms, at least not usually as adults.
You're just not adventurous enough to go swinging.
Well, I mean, I'm a dinosaur, so my arms just don't do that, but whatever.
Not what I was referring to, but I'll be quiet.
God damn it, Beamsy.
combination of better lateral orientation and scapular blade shape. So now two things.
That's a flub. Scapular.
Out of 5 actually show we are vastly different when we investigate them rather than just overall glaze over them at a glance. But let's go on. Is our brain larger like in other apes? Yes, but our brain is actually much larger than all other apes, with multiple different neurons found in no other primate. For example, humans have the rosehip neurons. No ape has this.
Okay, and I actually don't know what a rosehip neuron is, so I'm actually curious.
I walked in on this rosehip neuron. That sounds excellent. What is that? We're not going to judge you. Take your
Says
time.
that type of inhibitory neurons.
Something to prevent me from hating my in-laws. What is this rosehip? Rosehip is the reason I just can't bring myself to hate my in-laws the way I should. They're such bastards. That's what I've gathered so far.
It might have something to do with Rosebud.
Oh no.
But yeah, let's give Doc Dino a sec. Dino. I keep saying Dino because you got that E, and I'm a
A lot of
Canadian.
people do.
Yeah, I think
But-
I blame my Canadianish, way of speaking about things. But as for this, I've never heard of it. Rosehip neurons.
So, it appears they might be tied to like mental stability, because apparently when they're dysfunctional, you're more prone to diseases like schizophrenia.
Well, so I mean, they're not boding well. They're not famous so far, as far as
Just,
humanity is concerned.
Like, okay, Homo sapiens has a type of neuron that doesn't appear to be present in other apes. Great. They have things that aren't present in humans, but there's a lot of things they still share.
Not to mention the orphan genes that are highly expressed in the brain.
Okay. Either of you know what an orphan gene is?
Orphan gene. Orphan gene. That is a brand new one too. This is why I want to hang out with you, because you just know so much shit. This is great.
I mean,
Orphan genes,
only
also
learned
known as
about
RRF.
That's a Gibbon binge recently.
Oh man, this is great. Let's see. Taxonomically, let's see. Orphan genes or our fans are OF fans. It's kind of funny. It's almost like OnlyFans. So orphan genes or taxonomically restricted genes are genes that lack a detectable homolog outside of a given species or lineage.
Yeah.
Hold on. What does that mean? Let me just keep going on here.
So they're genes that arise in a specific lineage of animals that aren't seen in related ones. They're unique mutations, basically.
So do you mean like the African hare versus like the American bunny not being able to interbreed?
No,
That
it's
speaks to,
what it is a unique feature that's expressed genetically that has no expression in other common ancestors, like say the small size of the Chihuahua.
Okay, that makes sense.
Think of it like a lactose tolerance. It appears to have only evolved once or twice in human history. So if you have it, you have some ancestry to a specific area in, I think it's the Middle East, somewhere along the line. If you don't have it, then none of your ancestors came from there. Or at least none recently enough to have the mutation. Because ancestrally, humans cannot process lactose past childhood.
I have heard that, and honestly, in my own experience, like if I drink milk, this is just a strange side point, but if I drink milk, I get acne. It's just the way it goes.
It's because lactose is a type of sugar, and your body's not processing the sugar very well.
I guess so. I get ugly.
Yeah. Anyway, drink for misrepresenting orphan genes.
Yeah. A good one to express is our inability to actually synthesize vitamin C. We are the only ape that can't do that. That is an orphan gene.
I think it's a trait to all primates. I could be wrong on that.
I thought we were the only ones that couldn't actually synthesize our own vitamin C. and the only other ones that couldn't are some rodents. But that's a different expression of mutation.
No, it is primates, though apparently guinea pigs also don't do it.
I also have a question. So when I was down in Texas, Aaron had said to me about a synonymous relationship between the evolution of dogs and humans. And specifically going down their ability to cool themselves off. So dogs panting and humans sweating. Um, I don't know if that was a fair evaluation, but he had brought it up while we were having dinner, and I just have a curious. I just have to throw that out there as like a curious thing. Is like, is that an accurate thing that humans and dogs have an evolutionary growth in a similar time frame towards being able to chase down predators
I
in a
mean,
long sprint format?
so canids all over the world appear to be pursuit predators. I don't know when that is expected to have evolved, but it is hypothesized that that trait could be a reason why humans domesticated dogs, because they can run for a long time. Humans can do it too, but dogs can run faster generally than humans. And canids are also intelligent enough to be trained.
And they're also social enough to know where things go in the aspect of a social hierarchy.
Yeah, their dogs are actually extremely good at picking up on human social cues too. It's actually pretty interesting. Like your dog exceptionally good at reading your mood.
Whereas this other fur demon that's now laying on my keyboard is very much only semi-domesticated.
Domesticated. What do you got laying on your keyboard?
A cat.
Oh, I had a cat. He got outside, and I've been trying to catch him ever since. I literally have food out on the deck right now because I'm in Canada, and it's November. It's getting cold, and I'm getting kind of worried about my boy.
He'll probably come in when it gets cold enough.
Every time I catch him in my laundry basket with my leg weights on top of it, with my ruler that I pull my duct tape out from underneath of, because that's the only way I can catch my cat. You think he comes home? No. I have to literally catch this cat to get him inside for the winter. It's ridiculous. And it's usually about a week to diffuse him. And this is my third year with Cosmo. I call him Cosmo. That's my boy. He's my cat. I see him outside every once in a while. But when November comes, I shouldn't say every once in a while, because when the cold months come, he's inside. But I have to catch him every year because he just will not come.
Well, why do you keep letting him out?
Well, because it's not about me. It's my kids. I got a 6-year-old. I got a 10-year-old, and they're like, the cat was crying to get out, and I'm like, oh, there he goes for another fucking summer. I literally would have to catch him in a laundry basket again in order to get this stupid cat home, because he just will not come to me no matter what I do. So I got food out on the deck right now, and I'm literally like, I had my phone here on the desk all night. I did my show with Matters Now, talked with Ozian, Dr. J, and all those guys. The whole time the show is going on, I got this thing in the background. Let's see if my thing will actually show it. Oh, it says battery too low. Hold on. That's my back deck. I don't know if you can see it.
Not really.
There's the basket. If he hits the basket, I'm gonna pull the tape. See that?
Oh, jeez.
He's gonna get trapped tonight, boys. It's happening.
Well, yeah. Me and my girlfriend have a cat too, but he is an absolute moron and an absolute mama's boy. So if he ever got outside, he'd come back running. Like, Mom, let me in.
Yeah, that's what my boy's like. You know, when it gets really cold, like he's at the door and he'll be scratching. This is the thing that drives me nuts. Is that all right? So 2 winters ago, it was like we were getting into January, and that's really cold in Canada. And he was just still scratching at the door. And every time I hear him scratching at the door, I'd run out and just be like, Cosmo, come in. Like, you're welcome to my home, right? And I'd see him, and he would literally, like, I'm upstairs on a second floor. He would jump off of my deck. Like, he'd be scratching at the door, and as soon as I'd open the door, he would just be like, fuck you, see you later. I just play
Maybe he wants one of your kids to let him in.
I'm too excited, I think, when I see him on my door cam, right? I'm just like, the cat, he's so sweet. But yeah, humans are funny, aren't we? Aren't we funny fucking creatures? You know, we look at these other animals and we're just like, oh, you're cute. Let me just take you under my wing and just see what utility that I can get for you. And isn't it funny that when it comes to human flourishing, that we also project our own need for other people to flourish in the way that we do?
It depends on the person. But
I threw that out there
it's
for the
pretty
fun
common.
of it. But
the aspect of the idea
Like-
of we're seeing a small animal and adopting it into our way of life, you've got it the wrong way around for cats. Cats saw us farming, and then it saw that it was attracting rodents, and it decided to move in.
fucking invasive cats.
Yeah, it was basically, it got to the point of-
Bastards ever since. Sorry, go ahead. But I'm sorry. I'm just being funny.
You're providing a perfect shelter and food, and why would it want to go anywhere else? Because if you were a farmer and you saw this furry thing eating the stuff that was eating your food, you would want it to stick around, and you just ignore it. And that's how cats moved into our lives and took over.
Or you'd throw out food for it to encourage it to come back.
Sorry, my
Oh, well.
Canadian bong.
That's fine. I'm gonna.
Brain of humans, but not in primates. So again, even the smallest bit of investigation, when taken, looking at these similarities, we can see huge differences.
So Mark claims that by lumping in our species in with great apes, researchers create a human evolutionary framework that begins by assuming we never really became human. Holy equivocation! Like, do words have
That is
no
odd.
meaning?
They're really that is odd. And it has a citation there, so I doubt Matt wrote that.
This is
He
yeah,
never
that is
cites
the
shit.
most richly bizarre thing I think I've seen written on screen in a while. By assuming we never really became human, and it doesn't even have quotes on it. Like I feel like I should put quotes on that. What is going on?
It's okay as a citation method, but just I mean, it is hard to exactly put when humans became human. And part of the reason why it's so difficult is modern apes are very human.
I was gonna say, like, a human isn't even the scientific term for this, so it's like people get lost on that.
And I mean, like, we have hominins and hominids, and I can never keep it straight which is which.
And hominidae.
Yeah, okay. So hominid is just all great apes, including humans. Hominin is specifically humans and ancestors. And
like
it's
Fords
really
are always
hard
cars.
but it's just really hard to point out where the dividing line is because there really isn't one. like a car. Yeah, sure, it's a car. It's also a vehicle. It's both at the same time.
Isn't it fun how the English language has caused us such mass confusion when it comes to just like identifying terms?
Well, English is an awful language, all things considered, yeah.
I mean, you know, I live in Canada, and like the offset of that is French, and like the whole language of French is binary. So
Oh, I mean, French is also just awful, but it's well, to be fair, English kind of inherited the pronunciation problem.
yeah, just have a million words to describe the thing. Same thing. I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I'm titillated. Let me continue, right?
Oh,
Like, I'm slightly irate,
there's
guys.
this guy I kind of watch on YouTube sometimes. He does a lot of shorts on how French is a stupid language.
Yeah. Have you ever seen like the ones where he's like, let me just put a slew of sentences together and all you hear is la 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 la,
Ton
la,
ton ton ton
la,
ton 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 ton.
yeah, it's dumb. Yeah, it's a dumb language. I even when I was in Montreal, I was unapologetic. My wife was on the phone with me, and I was like, "I would like to get through this airport, but everybody sounds the fucking same." And she's like, "Be careful, you're amongst the French people." And I was like, "Fuck the French, they don't make any sense." Sorry, French people, but like we don't understand.
I do.
Sorry,
You
sorry,
speak
BMC.
French?
I'm just joking. But
Oui, est-ce
still.
que c'est moi en français?
Oh, of course you do.
Yeah, Mel. Yeah.
Oh, wait, is this it?
I'm telling him I'm sad because he told me he's French.
Oh, yep, here we go.
You actually
I
said
found it.
I am bad. That's really what you said, but
So, yeah, this is Louis Superville. I don't know how you say his name, but just this captures French's entire essence.
Green, vert, toward, vert,
Vert,
glass,
glace,
vert,
vert,
pour, verse, worm, vert. A green worm pours a glass towards a glassmaker around 8 o'clock. Un verre verse un verre vers un verrier vers 20 heures.
I mean, yeah, no one would say that, but still.
What the hell is your language?
Yeah, no one would ever say that. You know, that
It's like
sentence.
English with the word buffalo.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
if you say buffalo at least 6 times, you can say it as many times as you want after that, and it will be an actual sentence. Because there are more than 6 definitions for the word buffalo.
there.
Yeah.
So the great apes form a taxonomic family of primates, including 4 extant genera: chimpanzees and bonobos, pan, gorillas, gorilla, humans, homo, and orangutans, pongo. So
Yep.
the extra part of this is, I think, a relation of our genetics to these 4 families. I think we're
Well, there's-
mostly related to bonobos, isn't that correct?
Chimps / bonobos. Their common ancestor is also our common ancestor. And
That was my
actually,
sneeze.
you know how to tell the difference between chimps and bonobos?
Enlighten me. I'd love to hear.
Chimps solve every problem with violence. Bonobos solve every problem with sex.
Ooh, that sounds.
I'm not exaggerating. They are the most sexual primate.
Is it true that if a newcomer is in a bonobo camp, that all the females will have sex with a new female in order to initiate them into that camp?
I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
My wife said that sounds awesome. Oh man, maybe I'd agree. I don't know. It depends if we have a camera in the society or not. That's terrible. That's terrible. Here, do you have a next slide before you have to subject yourself to
I
any
could go
more of
on
me?
down the list, showing you the differences between us and them, and the list would put you to sleep. But they put blinders on and only focus on the overall basic physical feature similarities so that they could swindle to the public and kids with wordplay.
Oh, this
First of
cockhead
all,
looking fella.
Oh dear, that's a drink.
Yeah, maybe that's one right there. Yeah. Do you like my glass? I have the
Your
I
green's
have the
being
seal.
cut out.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I have it right here. It's the seal of the fourth Hokage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's the Hidden Leaf Village right there. Yes, my Narutoism is gonna come out.
Just goes to show how many Disney movies my little sister watches. I thought it was the like Moana spiral.
And
Oh,
then
no.
there's also how to say seal in French.
How is it?
Fuck.
That's right. Thank you.
Mhm.
I was going to pretend I did not know that. Actually,
Yeah.
that's one of those few ones as a Nova Scotian nerd that's like, oh, seal in French. Yeah, it's always fuck. It's just that's not like a YouTube problem, right? We're not swearing anybody. We're just saying French
We're out of
words.
the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're right. We're almost at 2 hours. It's like me earlier. I was talking about foreskin. Anyways, yeah.
Well, we can bring out the baculum if you want.
Oh,
yeah, sorry.
He does. We'll get to that.
apes are not a clade. Ape
No
is an
way.
English word. It is not a taxonomic term. English words do not need to be
Correct. Hominin or hominid is a taxonomic term, though, and it means the same freaking thing as ape. And scientists
Yeah.
who speak French, German, Russian, and other languages still do it.
Well, that's always been my question. It's like, okay, if you're a hominid and you're a human, what is the difference between a hominid human and a hominid ape?
A human is also a hominin, so just a specific group within hominids.
It seems easy to me.
And like all cars are cars, but a Ferrari and a Bugatti are not the same, even though they're both cars.
One goes vroom vroom, one goes and pops out.
monophyletic. French, German, Russian, and other languages do not have to accord with English in the ways of splitting up animals. Taxonomy is international. Everywhere, worldwide, we recognize human beings as part of mankind, not apes. In France,
Great argument there, buddy. Like, goddamn. Oh yeah, and you get back to French.
apes are called singes, and so are monkeys.
How bad did you butcher that?
Well, I mean, like, why is he bringing up eggs and then talking about mammals? It's like, I don't know if he's trying to confuse his audience,
Well,
but
He was bringing up oid. Like, that's something. you use
ovoid
for
means like
taxonomy.
egg and woman's.
Oid just means like something. So ovoid is like an egg.
Yeah, that's great. That's really weak. It's like, yeah, great metaphor. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to detract, but
This dude's an idiot.
Yeah, I'm trying to just be polite here, as the Canadian that I am, but like, I feel like I'm dealing with a stoopy here. But go ahead, here, hit that video because this is
He's
gravy.
like Howard if you replace the crazy with more stupid.
That's
monkeys. In English, we differentiate these two terms, but in both languages, humans are different from other primates. Does that make French right and English wrong? Does that make both languages wrong? No. It means that colloquial languages have no problem describing paraphyletic groups. It is useful to have languages that can make these distinctions. So if we must accept that humans are apes, then we must equally accept that chimpanzees are monkeys. And these ignorant people at the zoo who are pointing at...
So chimpanzees are monkeys.
Yeah, I was gonna say how this is really jarring. Like when you see people that say things so confidently, that it almost makes you just question yourself, because you're like, oh man, they said that so confidently. Like Andrew Wilson saying he's 6 feet tall. The guy's like 5'6". Said it so confidently. Like, isn't that jarring when you see something like that and you're like, the audience that is watching this is going to get the perception that they are listening to somebody who is in the position of authority. That is concerning.
Yeah, that's part of why I do this show. Like, you're so wrong and so confidently wrong.
It's worth having a show over, that's for sure.
It's oh yeah, Beamsy and I just erupt when they go into like geology, because no freaking creationist understands geology, even the ones that have master's degrees.
How far?
Surprised.
How far down the tangent line do we normally go when it goes to geology?
Somewhere between South America and Australia.
Sounds about right.
Apes and calling them monkeys are actually right, and I don't accept that. Just like I don't accept that people point at humans and say, look at the ape. That is stupid. I see value in portraying the truth and precision about phylogeny, and for that purpose, I have taxonomic terms, and I will not allow it to be including humans as apes. It's simple. Humans...
Very definitive statement there, Matt.
Yes, it obviously shows that you have no idea what cladistics is.
Or phylogeny.
As I said in our after stream
in the chat, where'd everyone go?
Well, as I say, as I said in our after stream, after we had that debate, I think it was Bob and Matt, and we were talking about like, oh, secularists will have us believe that humans are apes. And I got everybody to say at the same time, let's say it all together. Humans are apes. It's like, Fords are, you already made the analogy. I don't think your audience needs it, but it does become, like I say, very disconcerting. Like we did a show on Mike Johnson the other night, who is a huge supporter of Ken Ham's Ark Encounter. And they are 100% in the creationist camp. And now he is the guy who is in charge of who is going to be bringing laws, forth to the House of Representatives. So it's going to be fun.
Lovely.
Yeah.
We are very familiar with Ken Ham here.
And on behalf of Australia, I apologize.
You know what? You're forgiven. I'm in Canada. We don't usually engage, but we are worried. We always worry about our neighbors to the south. And then if Australia is making it worse, like, come on, guys, help us out. You're hurting Canadians. No, I'm kidding.
Canada is like America's nervous twin brother who gets dragged into all the trouble.
We do. Every time you guys get into a fucking war, it's like, well, I guess Canada's going to be there to help out. Every time. Yeah. It's fucking crazy. Actually, recently, thankfully, since, Afghanistan and Iraq, it doesn't seem like Canada's really putting themselves into American affairs as far as like wars go, especially on the topics that you're talking about.
Good. Most of America doesn't want to be there either.
I don't think they do. Some of the people I talk to, of course, though, feel differently. And once again, I feel like it's really good to expose individuals that feel that way. I know I talk about a lot about the way that I feel about things, but I really do want to get these more radical people on Modern Day Debate, expose them. Hey, Dr. Tapioca Weasel, I see you hanging out in the live chat. He's also fantastic. I want to get
known
Dr.
as
on.
mankind.
Sorry, I clicked play.
That's okay. I was gonna say I also want to get Dr. Tapioca Weasel back on the show too, because it's one of those things that I do that often. It's one of those things that I have join modern day debate because I want to clean up that space. And like I said earlier, I do see certain people being a bully, whether they're in the atheist camp or they're in the theist camp. Eventually you have to kind of admit that like people aren't progressing conversation. I think what you're doing here is great. You're not ostracizing anybody and saying nobody can come up on stage. So, if you're hanging out in the live chat, I'm going to do some PR here for Dr. Dino. If you're hanging out in the live chat and you don't agree with Dr. Dino, join us on our stream because I think Dr. Dino has no problem disagreeing with you.
Like I welcome I welcome everyone, even creationists, honestly, because my problem is with the people who make money lying about science. If you are a creationist just because you've been lied to your entire life, I don't have anything against you, and I hope I can show you that science isn't as stupid as they make it out to be.
Oh no, science is just subjective. They're just concluding what they want to believe because they want to take away from Christianity.
When like a lot of scientists of every field are Christian. This is a topic that's been brought up before. Nobody in the scientific community, well, I won't say nobody, we don't care what your faith is. Like, when you submit to a journal, that's not something you have to disclose. You can be a Christian, a Buddhist, a Muslim, whatever. As long as you can produce good, demonstrable science, we don't care.
Do you think there's a certain amount of phobia amongst Christians that are engaging in the scientific method where they're pushing against it? Where it's like the more you, I mean, I know we see this in like certain insular structures, but like as for like the mass overall take of Christianity, do you think that most of them are going to rebuke the way that most of us understand evolution for the sake of holding on to their worldview?
So here I want to make a distinction between creationists and Christians, because I have met, well, most of the Christians I have met are good, rational people who understand they don't know everything and listen to the experts when it comes to a topic they don't know about. Like, most Christians are rational people, at least in my experience. Creationists have an attachment to their faith, which in their mind supersedes anything they can find in the natural world. Whatever evidence they find that goes against their faith, they will either ignore or obscure to make it look like it supports their faith. That is something I'm against. And when you go for an education in the sciences, doing stuff like that is something you are actively discouraged from doing. You are heavily encouraged to sit back, absorb new information, and use that information to reconstruct your worldview.
Do you think that there is a compulsory aspect to the way that they're engaging with the scientific method? In the sense of their religious view. Yeah, I'm talking about the religious lens. So like, as for like trying to traverse the empathy of, because there's a certain amount of trying to communicate with people in the sense of bombarding with them with facts, but also trying to empathize with the position that they are in. Like, I don't mean to be picking, but I'm just curious. How would you go about communicating that to those people effectively? Because it is difficult, and I don't expect you to just come up with an answer right here. But the more we try to come up with an answer to say, hey, how should we communicate with those people? Maybe we can come up with some answer.
I mean, so the angle I perhaps would go with, let's just stick with Christians because they're who I'm most familiar with.
Mhm.
In the Christian worldview, God revealed the truth of the world to a small group of people in the Middle East. However, I would appeal to he would have used the language that they would have used at the time. He would have communicated it in a way that they would understand and they wouldn't outright reject. But it's been more than 2,000 years since then, if you count Judaism as Christianity, which, I mean, it's the same religion, whatever. It's been over 2,000 years since then. And humanity has advanced quite a bit. Perhaps now that we can better view and understand the natural world, that is what we should look to understand the truth.
Mm.
Because we're no longer dying within 10 miles of where we were born for generations and generations. People move all over the world, people communicate and learn. And I feel all that new information might be a little bit more important than what an ancient text said, even if it was divinely inspired.
And I feel that you've expressed a really awesome point. And I wish people would empathize more with that and learn. But as we, and I know and I know that people's ego and the way that their hubris is going to interact with these ideas, it's not so easy. But obviously, we both have a similar view for how we wish people would interact with these ideas so that they can diffuse themselves, become less radical, and maybe engage with the world in a more honest way.
Yeah.
I think that you've given the most fair answer I've heard in a long time.
The aspect of what you said in regards to hubris and ego isn't quite right. Are you aware of the saying, there's comfort in the familiar?
Sorry?
There's comfort in the familiar. Have you heard of that saying?
Yes.
That is one thing you have to actually get past, because the preconceptions that people carry with them are familiar, and a lot of the people find comfort in that as well as support.
I think Dr. Dino has accounted for that, so that's why I'm complimenting his analysis.
But your aspect of saying that it was ego and is also a misconception on that aspect.
Well,
Because
I feel it can be a bit of both. Like, there can be people who do have ego and they don't want to back down. They don't want to admit they were wrong. But also, people just, they find comfort in the familiar. They're comforted by the stories and going to church and all that kind of stuff.
And the aspect of that is you'd find there's a sliding scale. Some people are all the way down in the comfort and familiar with no ego. And then you've got others who are just so far deluded that you couldn't get through them with a boring drill.
Yeah, you might not make friends with those people. That might be the difference. Like, I run into Christians that I make friends with, and other ones that are just so, that their identity is so tied to not believing in evolution and not being secularist. It's tied to being a Christian that they will alienate themselves from friendship. So I once again, like I always am looking at things that how to bridge those gaps, because I'm not about just alienating people.
The people that it's caught on the ego, you'll never get to them. They're the ones that have made almost a conscious decision that they are right and they don't care of anything else. But the ones who find comfort, show them the aspect that there's comfort in the curious, there's comfort in the curiosity of the different.
Yeah. And like you have to use different approaches for different people. And like I do debates and I talk with people, and part of my approach is just showing people evidence that they might not have ever seen, that might have been hidden for them for their entire lives, because there's a lot of people that are like that. They just haven't gotten the chance to see the evidence. And when they do get to see it, they do change their minds.
And
I
there goes
have
Ryan.
met, I actually do have a lot of close friends who that was the situation with them. Like, whether they just grew up in a rural area or had a very insular church or some combination of the two.
That's why I approach things with there's comfort in the curiosity of the thing out there. That's where I find my comfort in finding out the new stuff.
Yeah, there's always more to learn. And as long as there is more to learn, I feel life is worth living.
And on with the pain.
Yeah, there's going to be pain too, but sometimes pain can be a good motivator.
I was talking about the Matt.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely painful, but he
That's
is a
why I
good
said
motivator. Don't be like
yeah,
Matt.
That's why I said on with the pain.
Fair.
Not apes.
Oh, we lost Orion.
I did say that.
Oh, I didn't notice. Oops.
Child can tell the difference.
Certain evangelicals have already stated that even a 5-year-old can tell. The computer identifies that cheetahs and cougars are essentially the same thing, that they should be in the same genus. That's the data from the genome. A computer, not just a child can see that, but a computer can see that. A computer doesn't have to have any human biases or assumptions.
Yet they do.
This is where we need the sinister porpoise. She could actually go into why computers don't have bias.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any experience with cladistics or cladistic phylogenetics?
A fair bit, but not as much as someone who's in biology.
Yeah, like we have mechanisms in place and we use them all the frickin' time to minimize bias as much as possible. Will there be some? I mean, yeah, that's pretty unavoidable, but we chop out a ton of it, and it's far more objective than most other methods.
It's why it would be better to explain that cladistics is basically just a collection of data points.
That is all it is, really, yeah.
Does it have hair? Yes, okay, it falls in this category. Does it have a vertebra? Yes, okay, it's here. Yeah. Does it have a spinal column with a nerve through it? Okay, yes, it's a chordate, and yada 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 yada. That's how it works. It's not okay. It looks like this, so it is this. No, there are things that look like rats, but they're actually called a hyrax, and they're not a rat.
Yeah, they're closely related to elephants.
Yeah.
And yeah, does it have increased dexterity in the hands and or feet? Does it have a mostly upright posture, and a larger brain than the average for its category, and a few other things, namely among them like increased sociability? Well, congrats, you're probably looking at an ape.
And that's why when you come down to it, it's basically a yes or no question. Is it this, yes or no? Okay, if it is that, that's what it is. If it's not that, then it's something else.
Yeah. Oh boy, there's not a whole lot of bias.
Programs need a model to run. A computer only knows what you give it. If it's looking for just a sequence, it's going to show commonality, sure. But is that all that's really required to prove common ancestry or relation? Of course not. It's
not necessarily all that's required, but it can be a very good indicator.
And it's not just one piece of data that they're using, it's multiple pieces of data.
Oh, it's usually thousands.
Yeah, like they don't just rely on taxonomy. That's used to be how they do it, but they also now rely on genetics, location. There are just so many more aspects to take into effect of, okay, this is where it fits into the clade.
Yeah, and we take it all into account.
Ryan should be coming back by the look of it.
Oh, really? Oops. Well, and like even with like even if you're just sticking with morphological character analysis, so the structures of an animal and how they form, like a small analysis is going to have at least 200 to 300 characters, at least.
And that's why it's a multi-tiered hierarchy when you come down to it. It's not just one or two things. And he's trying to pick one thing and say, that proves it wrong. And then he goes on to something else and goes, that proves this part wrong. But then if you go to the same, but if you go back to his first line of questioning, it proves his second point wrong.
Yeah. His logic doesn't hold up. And he isn't proving any of these wrong anyway.
We get a computer to look for identical codes. Yes, that's one data point. What other data points are we actually looking at?
Mm-hmm. Not only that, but if you're just considering genetics, you're going to be comparing dozens, if not hundreds, of different genomes, and it really quickly shows these are closer to this, and these are closer to this.
And why is he naming this taxonomy? Because he's going all over the place. This isn't just taxonomy. It's
because RawMatt is an incompetent hack.
Yeah, I think he only covered about 5 minutes of taxonomy for our discussion-wise, which was probably about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's just one small piece of the puzzle that...
Oh, that was a flub. That's just...
Evolutionists want to blow out of proportion and use it as the prime example of why everything is related. Which is ironically pretty funny, because Ernest Mayr back in the 60s predicted that because evolution must be true, that all living organisms shouldn't share any genetic similarities between each other, because deep time...
Hey, what?
Why must it be true? Don't think that's saying that it has to be true. All the evidence that we have encountered, everything that we've foreseen, everything that we've researched, and everything that we've compiled over the last century is saying that this is the best explanation of what we have at the moment. That does not say that it is true.
Yeah. Like we don't start with that assumption. We don't.
Time would have separated them by far too much. Decades later, though, it was discovered that they share many genetic similarities. So his prediction was removed and forgotten, and now it's used as one of their best pieces of evidence for evolution, when in reality it was a falsification of it. This is the Twilight Zone world that we live in today, where common sense...
So don't you know, Doc Dino? It's so true. Mm-hmm. It's so true. I don't know how I dropped out, but you know, something's happened. But I joined the chat. Don't you know that humans, we're special creations? We're not like these other things that we've discovered in evolution and have described in great detail and have all these other classifications for and massive biology explanations for. We're just God's special creations.
Yeah, and also just like this, the source isn't saying what it's supposed to say. He's misquoting them. Like it sounds like the dude the source is about is just saying, "Hey, we shouldn't refer to things as apes on a technical paper," which is fair. He says to use hominoids or hominids, which is the same freaking thing. It's just more technical. It's less alienating to other languages. That's probably why he's suggesting it.
Yeah, because it derives from Latin, which is a core language for most languages within Europe.
Yeah, and is basically the accepted language of science in most cases.
But Hawks would rather we leave ape well enough alone. As if that. This is so silly. I'm reading this as you guys are talking. So his idea that an ape is already a justified term, with so much classification, we couldn't possibly put ourselves in that own place. Like, what is going
Well,
on with this quote I'm reading?
just so what Hawks is saying is that I'm pretty sure in technical papers you should use hominid or hominoid instead of ape. Probably because when you translate the paper into different languages, that language might not distinguish between monkey and ape, and it could confuse people who read it. But hominids would still be hominids. It means the same thing regardless of language.
I mean, yeah, that's a bit strange because I get why some people might take offense to being referred to as apes. We can think about the history in that sense, but at the same time, it's just science.
Well, yeah, and this quote isn't really invoking that at all. Like
it's not.
Matt himself brought up "singe" in French, if that is how you say it. Like, if you had monkey in your paper or if you had ape in your paper, it would translate to "singe," even though in English they mean different things. So he's saying just use hominid because it'll just translate as hominid and it won't confuse anybody.
That is good sense. Honestly. I think that's what we were talking about earlier before I dropped out, is like there's so many words to describe the same thing in English that so many people, and we've seen it so many times, die on this equivocation fallacy where it's like we're talking about the same word, but you're trying to convey a different message, but I'm just trying to talk about a substantive issue.
Yeah. And anyway, misrepresenting a source, drink.
Oh, is that a drink cause?
Yep, when he misrepresents a source.
Well, I have too many drinks here.
Good.
Floor for the next scientific fact they tell the public. We shouldn't smuggle taxonomic principles into everyday language to make a political argument, and that is what humans are apes ultimately is. It is an argument that we aren't as great as we actually are. Cladistic terminology is controlled by taxonomists, people who often shift their ideas as much as political opinion does. I'm promoting the idea that we use taxonomy for what its intended purpose is, not to insist that English do the job instead. We aren't apes, and it's okay to tell your children that chimpanzees and gorillas are apes, not monkeys, because that is what is true and honest. Humans are part of mankind.
So in English,
those are some terms,
ape is nested within monkey. And in the language of science, it's just primate. And even then, hominids are nested within Catarrhini, which is, I'll just Wikipedia. Wikipedia actually, for all its faults, does a really good job of showing like what things are nested in.
How is your tail there, Dr. Dino? As an ape.
Well, I mean, my tail is fluffy and beautiful. Y'all apes are weird. But yeah, hominids are catarrhines, known in English as Old World monkeys, which are similiforms or simians, most often referred to as monkeys, which are haplorhines, which are primates, monkeys, which are primates, which are like lemurs, lorises, and monkeys, and apes. Like,
Yeah, it's like I said when we were doing our stream about Mike Johnson the other day, and we're talking about the Ark Encounter and stuff. Is it not that a lot of our human strife stems from the fact that we think we're so goddamn special? And I say that with a pun intended. Goddamn and special. You know, like, and people think we're so great, and it's like we've done a lot of good things, but it's only by our subjective purview that they're great.
I mean, like, so this video is supposed to be a response to R and Raw, even though it's he's barely mentioned him so far. R and Raw's debate with Daniel Hakikachu.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, I feel he pretty well laid out, like, hey, all of the countries that are considered the best for human well-being, none of them are primarily religious. All of the worst ones are primarily religious. And every time in history religion has had control of a government, it doesn't end well.
And I think I clarified on our live stream that I do not think that it just has to do with religion. It has to do with a faith lens. So if you are operating in the world and you think that you can believe things on faith, like I feel it, therefore it's true, that can lead to issues going forward because you're not operating on an empirical lens or on, like, here's what analysis has brought me to believe. It is, this is what I feel. And the funniest thing is that this worldview is antithetical to the Shapiro ideal of, like, well, you know, facts aren't feelings. But these people derive themselves and operate on their feelings. And I'm a moderator, so I'm always just kind of throwing in things to just be like, well, give me your thoughts. So go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first I will say, hello, Purple. Greetings to you as well. You missed the whole segment with the dinosaurids. That's sad. But yeah, like I agree, people can be religious and not be violent, but there is a correlation, at least on a societal level. Like, regardless of major religion, if you look at any country's crime statistics, most hate crimes are propagated by people of the majority religion against people of usually minority religions.
Just to add context, I mean, this is the same as people saying, potentially, and I want you to clarify, is this the same as people saying, oh, well, all the great art has been created by men, in the effect of most men were allowed to create art while women were expected to take care of the household? Like, is this not a societal result of just you know, a hierarchy that we've instituted, or is this something that is actually evolutionary?
I mean, I'd say it is societally, because, like, in the modern day, there are many great female artists, as an example.
I agree.
Now that they have been given a more equal, relative to the past, chance to make a name for themselves. And I say more equal because I have no idea. It's probably not entirely equal in the modern day. We still have a way to go, but a bit better in the past.
No, I think we can all agree to that. As people, like, we're trying to, and in my space especially, I'm trying to stop this dichotomy of, like, hey, we are men in this space. We're talking about this thing, and if you're a woman, well, we're just going to defend you in our space, but we don't actually allow you to speak for yourself because we're just here to defend you.
Yeah, I hate that.
We're starting to get along the line that touches the curve again.
I think so too. I think, especially with what we're doing over with our show, and I hope, Earl decides to have some more. I don't know if you've seen in our Discord. If you want to join the Matters Now Discord, I'm not here just to promote my channel. I work for Modern Day
you
Debate,
definitely need
so
it for my audience.
I was gonna say I work for Modern Day Debate, so I mean I've got a bigger channel I can pitch if I want to really just like help you out. I'll help you out while I'm here, right? But
Hey, I host after shows for MBD sometimes, so
yes, and I love you, buddy. Honestly, the stuff that you talk about and the way that you talk about it, it's one of those things that I preach about when in the after shows, which is it's not so important as to what you believe. It is more important to me and how you communicate what you believe, which is why we might have gotten into that contention earlier with one of the speakers that you had on the show. But I am one of the people that organized my local LGBTQ protest and an event and parade, if you will. I found other local musicians, I marched in it, and that's not to say, oh, well, because I marched in it, I must be just fine.
Ryan, this lining curve is getting larger and larger. Can we go
It
back
is.
to the video?
It
No.
is, but I was just gonna say this before I sign off because I have to get going. But yeah, I do appreciate you got it. Yeah, you're right. Bring this ADHD motherfucker back full circle. Doc Dino, I appreciate you. I want to get you on Modern Day Debate to have debates because you know so much about evolutionary process, and you have obviously a super passion for it. And
I try.
I like you as a person. I like you. I want to have you on the show. I like hanging out with you as well in the after show. But yeah, I'm gonna disconnect for now. Because Beamsy, you threw me off course, and that's fine because an ADHD person doesn't have a course. We just sail the sea, and whatever pops up, well, we just eat it. So I'm gonna get off the air.
See you around, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go to bed. Cheers, guys. Good night.
Nita.
Night.
Kind, not the ape kind. The classification of humans as great apes is also dependent on historical contingency. Remember, we have no existent sister taxa. In the not-so-distant past,
but we do have DNA from them. And
yeah. And in case anyone wanted to know, a line that just barely touches the curve is a tangent. That's what I was trying to draw attention to.
Yeah, I realized that like just before Ryan left. Oh dear.
Humans share the planet with other races of humans that are now gone. We know them as Neanderthal and Denisovan. The secular camp believes these are ancient ancestors to humans, but that they were still humans. This means...
well, relatives, but...
It really depends on where you put the line of what a human is. Because you could put Australopithecus as a human.
Yeah. It really is a really fuzzy, semi-arbitrary line, honestly.
Yeah, is it an upright walking ape? Yes, that could be human.
Yeah, like some lines in biology are clear-cut. Some are very much not. Oh, dear.
That from what we know about genetics going back over 100% of our species' existence, we have shared Earth with only other humans. There is no other proof of a missing link inside of our DNA. If one or more of these other humans had survived into contemporary times, our taxonomic classification scheme for humans would probably look much different. Instead of focusing on the similarities between humans and chimpanzees, or humans and gorillas, we would likely shift our attention to focusing more on the similarities between other humans that evolution believers think are primitive humans in our own family tree. But it's nonsense for taxonomists to lump humans in with great apes. The differences are far too striking. This is why they choose simplistic, vague similarities to call us apes and force us into that.
That's why we never get into the specifics. Ever.
Yeah,
Ever.
Evo Devo says we are. Taxonomy says we are. Genetics says we are. So yeah, we use simple things, but why don't you understand what we're saying then?
Yeah. Like just base behavior. Or even if you just want to stick with like your biology, like tell me something that humans have that is unique to humans in the animal kingdom. I'll wait.
Our hatred for things that are beyond our control.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of monkeys scream at the rain.
It's not necessarily in anger. It's just sometimes in fascination, but
yeah, fair. Although that said, we haven't gone for 2.5 hours. I am 4 drinks in. I think it's a good time for a quick little bio break, folks. So I'll see y'all in just a minute. We shall be right back.
And I am going to stick around and keep people occupied.
I have an earbud in, Beamsy. Behave.
It's me! Don't you try... Oh, yeah, good point. Oh, you can call in, but you'll just have to wait till he comes back, Skeptics. Purple, you're reminding me of the Link family tree. Oh, come on, I'm not that bad. In most cases. He's only had to bunk me with the bat only 3 times this week. So I'm doing better than normal.
All right, who do I have to heist up on the breaking wheel?
Skeptics and Scoundrels.
Ah, there. Hello, Eric.
Hey, my name is Error70 because my camera's not working.
Yeah, it happens.
How's it going?
Not terrible. How have you been?
I've been pretty good. I've been super busy, but I'm 3 beers into the evening, so I'm ready to go. What are we talking about?
RawMatt complaining about science and not understanding it.
Oh, cool. So the usual.
Yeah. He's a little painful. Just a little tiny bit.
I had my mic here, or my camera, so give me a moment.
I've tried getting cameras, but every time I get one, it gets bitten.
Yeah, like, so this I have a complex setup, and it was working fine. And then I formatted my computer, I reinstalled Windows, and now it just doesn't want to work. And I'm really frustrated about it because normally reformatting computers fixes problems, not creates them.
I don't know anything about computers, so sorry.
Probably for the best. Computers are garbage. Do not make a career out of them.
To Aries humor, to really screw things up, you need a computer.
Holistic category. Splitting humans from great apes allows us to reconstruct.
Wait, what? High Neanderthal frequency in the Mid-Americas? What?
Yeah, I'm quite sure they've never found Neanderthals there.
Fuck. Is this just something I've missed?
It's Matt. I think it's more that he's missed the point. Because I was quite sure that Neanderthals are exclusively European.
Yeah.
Don't all humans have a little bit of Neanderthal in them? Like, is that a
Not
fact?
all.
Oh, really?
Just about all Europeans and many Asians and North Africans do.
Okay. So that would just leave Native Americans and Southern Africans? Is that those that are exempt?
I think it's fairly common for South Africans to have none. At least, like
That's-
native South Africa.
That's fascinating. I thought all humans had them. That's okay. I'll have to look at that.
I could be wrong.
The average is about 4% through most people. Through others, like people who never left Asia, it's less than 0.5%, which is barely detectable.
Interesting.
But to
Maybe
be
that's-
exactly precise, everyone does have a smidgen of Neanderthal in them.
Oh, okay.
But in some cases, it's just not detectable to any extent.
Okay.
So I found the graphic he has. It's from something in science. Sorry, I'm just trying to read through it fast. I mean, I feel it's hypothetically possible. Because I forget the places where the most Native American lineages originate from. I believe it's mostly northern Eastern Asia.
Yeah, I'm quite sure they came across the Alaskan Bridge.
Yeah, they roughly, yeah. There are some hypotheses of rafting along the Ring of Fire. It's odd. But like I said, hypothetically possible, but the source I found doesn't really seem to be saying that. Like if I can show a picture of the original graph, or the original map. Where'd it go? I just saw it.
It's just that map does not make much sense.
Yeah. Hey, wait a second. That's
where does log PC2 lead to?
What was that?
Where does log PC2 lead to? Where is it linked?
I don't know.
Because I have a suspicion this is the amount of these particular two hominids' DNA that are found in modern humans.
So like this is basically the image he has. Or okay, maybe it's not exactly the same. It looks similar.
Look at the bottom. It tells you exactly what it is. It is the exact same map. Global map of Denovian gene frequency in modern human genomes. There's the problem. It's got nothing to do with.
I don't know. It's like they link their source. It's here. It's a science article. And you can go into the figures, and that graphic isn't anywhere in their figures. And like this says, courtesy of Jacobson and Skoglund / proceeding of the National Academy of Sciences.
Can you send me that image? I'll see if I can find anything.
Yeah, I'll send it to you on Discord. There we go. Yeah, so, sorry, folks. We got to track this down.
I have a suspicion that I am correct, that it's actually a...
Like a bastardized version of this map?
Yes.
Ooh, okay, purple does bring up a good point. The Neanderthal showing up in Central and South America could be from the Spanish.
It says particularly... Oh, God.
Oh, also, we lost Eric.
Yeah.
Sorry if I missed that, man. I was engrossed.
It came up as a Wikipedia article.
Well, I mean, Wikipedia usually cites its sources. Usually. See, search for the image, and I got something from 2011. Doesn't seem to have the figure either. Let's see, what is the article site again? Jacobson. It might be in French.
I found a bihemispheric and multidisciplinary approach to human origins. And again, it's talking about modern humans with the percentage in their DNA.
Yeah, if it is modern humans, then purple might have had a good hunch. It might be influenced by the Spanish.
Yeah, well, I sent you the one I'm looking at the moment.
It's similar. It's the same map. But the color is different. And it's odd.
Because it's the modern map. That one's from 2023. He's probably using an older one.
Probably. The video's from 2020. Oh well. For now, I'm just gonna hit play again because
Conceptualize our own humanity. It would even force the secular camp to acknowledge just how different we really are. They would be forced to see the differences and not just the few similarities. Don't be fooled by political lies with motives behind it intended to push nonsense. You see, we can do anything with words. We can label anything we want. People are doing it with sexual preferences today. We can just as easily say we are more related to
Oh, and we have our first ist.
Okay, he got that map. I found the exact map from an article called "A Crystal Clear View of an Extinct Girl's Genome" from a science article. A high coverage genome from an archive, from a Denuvial individual.
Oh, cool. If you want to share your screen, I can put it up. Unless you want to just send me the link.
It's not very clear. I'm trying to read it. Yeah, a high coverage genome sequence from a archaic Dononian individual, Mythus Myers, from Science 338.
Issue 338?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's where it's from.
And does it say what he's trying to make it say?
It's actually a genetic background check of one individual.
But it has that map. Interesting. Oh, and Sinedra says we missed an ist earlier, so I guess another drink. There.
Fine.
Crap.
Fine.
Oh, no. Was that Mew Mew? Oh dear, I think Beamsy has gone off to chase the cat.
We can just as easily say we are more related to raccoons than anything else. Would this hold weight? Sure,
we can
easily find
science.
Similarities with them, as was the justification to call man an ape. Evolutionists are always trying to strengthen their arguments to make evolution sound true because they have no actual physical evidence to prove that it is true, nor their ability to prove deep time phylogenetic trees they draw are real. One such way.
What was that?
I was being headbutted.
Oh wow, he stole a slide from Kent Hovind. Like, this is totally a Kent Hovind slide, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh Jesus. And yeah, he said there's no physical evidence, so that's a drink.
Way of adding validity to their arguments is by adding different branches of science. For example, combining nucleotide variations between species, adding taxonomy, and adding physical similarities as well. But it's just a ridiculous attempt, and while it's
he's angry that multiple fields of science can corroborate each other. Are you serious, Matt?
Oh, I found where he actually took the map from exactly.
Oh no. I feel like this is something I should no for.
The article's name, Neanderthal DNA. Hey, what is it good for? And it's from Evolution X, and the title it's under, Cracks in the Out of Africa Theory.
Oh boy. Oh, freaking carcinogens.
Yeah, I found the exact picture, and it's just...
Oh, no. Oh, man, when creationists start to crap on Out of Africa, I find they often get either subtly or not so subtly very racist.
And do you remember that family tree he showed as well? Is that picture?
Which one? This one?
The one where it actually showed the interbreeding between the hominids and the Yeah, it was in there somewhere. But don't worry about it.
Somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, that's from that side as well.
Oh dear. Oh dearie, dearie, dear. Oh no. Oh,
And I'm
also,
just glancing through it, and I'm just going, no.
oh, it's bad. Oh, welcome back, Error 70.
Yeah, I'm just resigning myself to my fate. I think my camera's cursed. God confirmed. God confirmed. I'm no longer an atheist.
I put the link to the article where he got that picture from in your chat so everyone can enjoy it.
Oh, sweet, salty, saltine Christ. Oh, dear, 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 dear.
Well, at least I found it.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Oh, no, I'm looking at the side view and oh, no. Like there are other recommended articles. Oh, God, no.
Oh, that non-religious source I found as well was from this one, which actually doesn't say anything like what they're also saying. So that's the other
Of
source.
Course.
That's the original where it's from.
Hmm.
And it actually explains that map is a representation of which is more prominent within modern humans. It's not how much DNA is in it. It's just which has more prominence towards.
Je sais, sorry,
Yeah,
I'm in
the blue-
pain and I defaulted into demented French speak.
Yeah, so the bluer it is, the more your DNA would lean towards Neanderthal, whereas in the more red, it would lean more towards Denovian. But
Denisovan. Well, that's interesting though, because it looks like there's a Denisovan hotspot in South America.
But don't forget, this is only a point. This is half a percentage variation you're talking about. Sorry, 0.003% variation you're talking about.
Fair. Fair. Just like relative hotspot, I guess.
Yeah, it's 0.003%. That's the difference between red and blue.
Oh no, Sinedra's got more schnapps and purple is getting booze again. Oh dear.
Yeah, I just read through it, and that's what the difference is. They're talking about the minutiae of details within the DNA they found, and
well, I mean, to be fair, that's genetics in a nutshell. But yeah.
And Matt was saying that, but this is how it proves this. No.
Failing them so hard. Just these 3 branches alone change all the time, because inevitably, if a biologist uses comparative anatomy, puts something in one branch, it won't take long before a taxonomist moves it to another. It just shows the inadequacy.
Except that they reinforce each other, and they have for a long time. Like, excuse me. So phylogeny first was just on morphological character analysis because that's all we really had access to.
Yeah,
then we got fossils, and the fossils corroborated morphology. And then we got genetics, and that double corroborated the phylogeny. Now, sometimes a species or two will get swapped around here and there, but like the main branches of the tree of life are pretty damn set in stone. Sorry, you were trying to say something, Beamsy. I had to go off on that.
Yeah, and I still blame you for making me look for that map.
You did it of your own accord.
I know, but
Also, Eric, you keep popping in and out. It's fine. Like
I know.
none of the rest of us are showing our faces.
I'm
either.
I'm like a dog with a bone. I see a problem, I want to fix it. But yeah, I'll probably stop here in a second.
Yeah, fair.
You win, computer. Fuck you.
Of the entire program. Imagine if all of the different branches of science had their input into helping build these trees. What a disaster that would be. Let me give you an example of how much of a mess it would be if we built one of these trees using multiple different branches of science. Let's take the skunk, for example. And
that's what we've done. Like, languages go along with human history pretty damn well, as do the genetics. It's not hard, Matt. You're just a fucking idiot.
Can we at least take a moment to appreciate the chubby skunk?
It is a very cute skunk.
It is a chubby, cute skunk.
It looks like it just got woken up, or like you just interrupted a night of foraging and it's angry at you.
He looks like he's been eating so much in his hole that he can barely leave his house.
So he's a very happy skunk.
I mean, who hasn't had that happen to him?
I mean, hey, good for him. Skunks are cute, honestly. Like,
skunks are
if not for the scent issue, like they're very cute.
I heard. So I don't know if this crosses into animal cruelty, but I've heard of pet skunks who have had their stink glands removed, and they basically make pets.
I don't think it would fall on animal cruelty unless you count like, spaying and neutering as animal cruelty.
I guess, yeah.
Like it's probably less cruel than like if you bob your cat's tail or something.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
Compared to a human. Well, we have similar solid.
What?
My cat's got a natural bobtail.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Well, she
some corgis I hear have natural bobtails too. Some corgis, not all.
I don't know.
And so do skunks. So scientists would toss them on a related branch on the phylogenetic tree. But then a geneticist would come along and notice that the skunk is not similar to us in the fact that they have 50 chromosomes and humans have 46. So we would get removed from that branch. But then an anatomist would come along and notice that skunks have body hair and so do humans. So they would add us back in on that branch. But then a taxonomist would come along and would remove the skunk again from the tree branch because we are not in the order of Carnivora. Then an ethologist would come along who notices that they are active all year round and so are humans. So they would add us back into that branch. But then a zoologist who notices that they have an anal scent gland, which is used for a defensive weapon. But humans don't have such a thing, so they would move us away from that branch. But along comes...
I mean, also, that was a badger. That wasn't a skunk, Matt. Like he just showed a badger on screen. It was a cute badger, but it wasn't a skunk.
A statistician who notices that they are found in most states, just like people. So they would move us back into that tree branch. But then a kinesiologist would notice that our body movements are not very similar. So they again would remove the skunk from this tree branch. But then a homologist would notice that they all look the same, just like newborn babies, moving them back into the branch. But then a pathologist would notice that skunks carry spreadable infectious disease like rabies, but humans do not. So they would get removed again from the branch. But then a mammalogist would say skunks are mammals, and so are humans. So they would put them back into the branch again. But then a linguist would notice that skunk doesn't have anything beyond basic communication skills, never producing language. So again, they would be removed from the tree branch. But then comes along an anthrozoologist who notices they don't go in hibernation, just like humans. So they would be back added into the branch. You see where this nonsense is going? The more you investigate, the more phylogeny breaks down. This is why the current college books that teach evolution, like Tree Thinking or Evolution 101, have failed.
It doesn't. You're just a freaking moron. Like, holy crap.
He's putting arbitrary ideas into it.
Like, just completely unrelated crap. Also, Mew Mew looks like she is very content.
It might be unrelated, but Dino, have you considered Jesus?
Have you considered Shotgun?
Are you making a suggestion he needs to Kurt Cobain?
Unfamiliar, but I'm going to guess that's no.
Miserably at this. Of the 49 Tree of Life drawings in Evolution 101, not a single tree, 0%, includes the name of a single common ancestor, let alone even...
screw you. Drink.
Artist depictions of the very complex sequence of life on our planet artist renditions do not have our common ancestors' names in it. Therefore, it's false. That's what I just heard.
So it is very hard in paleontology to be able to tell when one species is the direct ancestor of another. Humans are actually a very rare example where Homo sapiens' direct ancestor is Homo erectus. Or if you want to get very granular, it's a specific subset called Homo heidelbergensis. Some of Homo sapiens crossbred with Homo neanderthalensis and Homo denisovans, among others, to produce hybrid species, which then were sort of made less hybrid by more sapiens mating. But it's
If you look into your Discord, you'll understand.
Yeah, I saw pain.
Yeah,
but like for freaking, it's very hard to tell an exact ancestor, which is why in biology we're almost always more cautious than that. Like, there really is only a handful of other animals in the fossil record that we say are probably the direct descendants of a different species. And he's just taking that caution and saying, oh, it's all fake and it's all made up and it's stupid.
Explain how the first male and female had to arise at the same time. Their explanatory power comes in the form of...
What?
It's one of Ken Hovind's talking. No, this was who's the bloody Kiwi? He's the one that actually says that the first dog needed to find another female dog to continue. Yeah.
So first, Sydney says they found the exact image with the circled areas. And also, right, it is Tell Me More's birthday, everybody. Feel free to tell him happy birthday. Go send him a subscribe. He is a lovely person. Please do.
I do believe this requires my normal happy birthday music.
Oh, sweet Jesus Christ.
I think I know where this is going.
What, have you heard it?
I fear it.
What? Well, the link's on your Discord if you want to play for it.
So
it nearly killed Tapico Weasel from laughing.
While Beamsy is pulling that up, little anecdote. So when I was on my honeymoon, my wife and I went to Disneyland in California, and we were eating lunch at the Rainforest Cafe. And no joke, there was 5 birthday celebrations like clustered around our table in the 1.5 hours we were there eating. It was getting comical near the end. Every 10 minutes, there was a group of servers coming out singing happy birthday to somebody around us. And it was great. It was comical.
Oh dear.
Well, I think you'll enjoy the happy birthday song. It's a lot more appropriate.
I will post a link to it in the chat. I want to get rid of Matt. I'm sorry. I want to get rid of Matt because he is awful. And if I actually play that, we'll be off on another 10-minute tangent.
It's only 4 minutes, and I'm not going to say anything about it.
Of storytelling. Our model is far superior, and the more we investigate the small things, the more profound this becomes. Just look at the vast physiological differences between us and primates. But if that's not good enough, then listen to what a forensic investigator has to say just about hair, and just how different ours is, and different from any primate on Earth, even our supposed closest ancestor, the chimp.
Having taught forensic science.
Okay, so he then just plays a few minutes from, I think it's an AIG interview where this lady just misrepresents forensic science it's 7 minutes of crap, and I'm just gonna skip it
But-
because Matt doesn't say anything. He
But
just
Doc,
steals
Doc.
another video.
Doc, she's wearing a lab coat.
Yeah, and she's wrong.
Yeah, but lab coat.
It'd be more interesting if she was only wearing the lab coat.
Oh dear. It's only 9 p.m. The kids are still up. Beams, you got to wait until after like 11 PST.
Beamsy, are you sure you're not a bonobo?
Well, possibly.
All right. If we look at the medulla pattern of this primer, this is
Everything they have to prove that evolution is true breaks down when put under the microscope and when put to the test. Taxonomic classifications don't actually prove anything, but kids don't know this. This is where the beginning of deceit takes place and indoctrination
Oh,
begins.
did you see that
What
meme
most
with
people don't-
the guy holding his ears shut? That's
Yeah.
they edited that meme. That red hat's a Trump hat, but they took out
Oh, really?
they took out the "Make America Great Again" slogan and put in an atheist logo.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Very, very clever there, Matt. Good job.
Don't know is that taxonomists also have a problem of their own. It is called taxonomic boundary paradox.
Okay, let's Google. Okay, yeah, okay. So it's basically just saying the lines are fuzzy and we can't make everything neat little lines. That's it. Matt. That's all it is. It's not even really a paradox. It's just ugh. Oh, and I see Beamsy found the article. How bad is it, Beamsy?
Is saying this, wishing this bottle of Coke in front of me was now a bottle of Scotch.
Oh, so it's bad. Lovely.
Concept for a taxon today is that it can overlap in the past, according to evolution theory that they now believe in. This is why taxonomists are constantly moving and placing things in these different tree branches.
So a taxon, you can just change it for group. Like, it is a non-specific way to refer to a group of living things. Like, Homo is a taxon. Homo sapiens is a taxon. Hominid is a taxon. It's just the scientific way to say a group of things. That's all it is.
But originally, this was not a problem for taxonomy, as it was invented.
Oh, right, and I forgot. Drink for misrepresentation. Because he misrepresented the boundary paradox.
By a Christian creationist who stated that animal families were fixed. Just like Darwin divided up humans into different races, evolutionists have now come along and called man an ape. They call us by a higher taxonomic rank.
He fails to mention that Carl Lynn, aka Carolus Linnaeus, aka that creationist he mentioned, also split humanity into different species. Well, no, he split humanity into different species. Darwin said there is one race of human, the human race. Sorry, I dropped my bottle opener. And I said it before, I'll say it again. Is Darwin racist by our current standards? Yeah?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. For his time, he was radically progressive.
The question really comes down to, though, could Darwin have been the most massive, bigoted piece of shit racist on the planet and still made an objectively factual claim about how life changes over time and be right?
Oh yeah, we have plenty of biologists like that throughout history.
So it's like, It's like it doesn't matter how shitty the human is; it's the factual statements that the person makes, whether it stands up to scrutiny or not. And frankly, doesn't matter what Darwin's positions were on his opinions on race and such. When he made a factual claim about how life changes over time, he was right because the evidence is bearing that out, independent of his opinions about race. Like, I really wish some Christians would get that like wrapped around their skull. Like, it's okay to say, hey, this person, you know, hypothetically, this person's a piece of shit, but he said something that was correct. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. And so all I'll say to Mommy, I would just say everyone was racist back then because a lot of people were, and a lot of people still are, and I hate that. Humans are
know,
a treat.
According to the documentary that is Avenue Q, everybody's a little bit racist. It's true.
I'm unfamiliar. Is it a song or a movie?
Avenue Q is an amazing Broadway musical, and there's a song called "Everyone's a Little Bit Racist." It's very funny, and it's very grounded. It's very entertaining. I recommend listening to it.
And then there's the saying within Australia, I can't be racist. I hate everyone equally.
Yeah, I'm not a racist. I'm a misanthrope.
Is that an Australian saying, or is that an Alucard from Helsinger Bridge saying?
It's actually an Australian thing. That's where they got it from.
I'm not surprised. that whole freaking quote. Oh, yeah. Flat Earthers mention it all the time. Nazis got the US to the moon.
Well, he wasn't actually a card-carrying member of the Nazi Party, but
a high-ranking German scientist.
We had a lot of Nazi rocket scientists. I mean, that's just a fact. We're like, okay, you can either live in exile, be executed, or you can work for us. And a lot of them said, yeah, we'll work for you.
And then you got Oskar Schindler. He was a card-carrying Nazi.
Yep.
Yeah.
But he's looked at as a hero.
I could be wrong, but isn't that because he changed his tune like partway through the war?
No.
He
didn't change his tune. He was a capitalist through and through.
Oh.
Regardless,
right? Because they know it is a way to sway.
I think literally anyone in history you can't look at completely good or completely bad. You're gonna look at this person and go, yeah, some shitty aspects about him, yeah, some good aspects about him, and then it's really up to the individual to say, hey, this person was a net benefit for mankind or a net detriment to mankind. It's, you know, saying this person's a hero or this person's a villain, I think is just really unrealistic.
Yeah. Wait, hey, you can't say history is nuanced. That's not allowed.
This is true. Yeah, sorry. Stepped out of line there. I'm sorry.
You also have to take into
Nedra
account.
says, "Don't make her drink her wine."
And
I
then you've also got to
think you're her, Sinedra. I apologize if you're not. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to find a clip of everyone's a little bit racist that won't get you demonetized, Dino.
A child's mind.
You say that like I'm monetized.
I guess it's true.
Carl
Linnaeus. Well, in that case, let's just play the entire song then. Let's just do it.
Well, no,
Let's
that'll
go.
just get it taken down.
Oh.
That he was God's chosen instrument for revealing in a precise way the divinely ordered work of creation. As a creationist, he initially shared the then prevalent view that each species had originally been specially created by God. In his book, he wrote, "There are as many species as the infinite being produced diverse forms in the beginning."
Yes, Linnaeus was the father of taxonomy. You're also quoting him a lot while saying Darwin was racist. Linnaeus was a lot worse than Darwin. Like, at least Darwin said humans were all one species.
As well as the line you were thinking of was, the funny thing is, in any other circumstances, you may have had a point there. Except my boss is a woman, I was a chick in the 40s. I hate everyone equally, and there's no one alive
No
who
one
can
alive who can comprehend my sexual preference. Hellsinger Bridge. Not all of it is aged really well, but damn, is it a gem. Oh dear.
Here's a cool fact. Linnaeus did not believe in evolution, just variation within major groups, which is what
because it wasn't an idea when he was alive.
creationists accept today. In his lifetime, he was called the second Adam, because the first Adam named all the animals, and Linnaeus came along and renamed them in Latin. He classified mankind, humans, as Homo sapiens, and placed us in the genus Homo in 1758 as the only member of that species, a totally separate kind, because the Latin noun...
Because we didn't... Well, wait, actually... What did Linnaeus name chimpanzees?
Pongo.
What was it, Pongo?
Yeah.
Was it Pongo a sled dog? I'm not kidding. I think Pongo was named a sled dog.
I'm trying to remember the quote. It's something along the lines of, for all
No,
other
no, no.
aspects...
I'm sorry. Pongo is the Dalmatian in 101 Dalmatians. I'm sorry. I'm way off.
Oh,
well,
yeah. But no, I mean, what I'm reading is, so originally Linnaeus put humans and chimpanzees in Homo. They were Homo sapiens, and was it Homo troglodytes? Probably that's its current genus or species name. But originally, they were another species of human, according to Linnaeus. And he challenged the scientific community of his day to find something that differentiated them from us. Yeah. So I know in modern day chimps and bonobos are pan, but yeah. So I'm pretty sure it was originally in Homo. And in Linnaeus's day, I don't believe they discovered any other members of what we would now consider genus Homo. If we'd already found Neanderthals, Homo sapiens wouldn't be the only species in genus Homo, according to Linnaeus.
Yeah, I don't think
Homo
they
means
had found a skull.
Of Neanderthalensis?
Yeah. Yeah, they hadn't found a skull, but they had found bones. But they just thought they were...
I don't know. Google says Neanderthals were first discovered in the 1850s. Linnaeus died in the 1700s. Or no, 1829. Although it was only later it was understood to be a Neanderthal. But Linnaeus died in the 1700s.
1778.
Yeah. So, no, he didn't know anything about other species of humans.
Human being. However, he had to place humans somewhere. So he placed them into the class quadrupeds, along with apes and sloth. And in 1740, Linnaeus added anteaters to this group. What made Linnaeus link humans to nature was only one thing, and that was the female trait of living birth and the suckling of the young. While what separates humans from their co-inhabitants of the class of primate and the order of mammals was the soul and the mind, indicated in the motto for humans and the specific name he gave them, Homo sapiens, which means to know thyself, in his 3rd edition. But we know today what the truth is. Gene sequencing has shown that humans are nearly all identical to one another, no matter how far back you go in time. It doesn't matter if you're looking at Neanderthal or Denisovan or where in the world you go.
Crying out loud.
Go to test people alive today. We are all related, contrary to what evolution predicted and taught to the public.
Joke's on you, asshole. Evolution says all humans are the same species, at least all modern ones.
If people ever ask what makes humans different from apes, make sure to give them the list that I provide for you with this video. So the next time some idiot says,
haven't provided anything so far,
we are just apes, tell them, prove it. I dare you. Go have sex with an ape and record it and give it to the police. And when you get arrested for bestiality, which is sex with an animal, stand in front of the judge and use that "we're just apes" argument and see how well that goes for you.
Great argument, Matt.
And I don't think anyone would survive doing that, so whatever.
Like, just all we're saying is that humans belong in this specific category of animal. There is nothing that separates us, or nothing in the human body that would distinguish the humans as anything other than an ape. If you were analyzing it from an objective standard as an alien in space, you would see humans as apes.
Dare you. So in closing, taxonomy was first invented by a Christian creationist, so we own the hierarchies that evolution tries to use against us today. When taxonomy was adapted by evolutionists, it became an immediate paradox called the taxonomic boundary paradox, because things that were once set with boundaries now overlap going back into the past. Thus, classification breaks down going back in time. So they have to climb down the evolutionary tree of classification in an attempt to show relation, hoping that nobody notices taxonomy has been abused, until we eventually get retarded arguments like, are you a eukaryote? Implying that if we are eukaryotes, then we must also be everything in between the first eukaryotic organism and humans today.
The fuck was that, Matt? Just 2-second break in your impassioned speech. Also,
He's actually having
misrepresentations.
Yeah, he's having a dig at Aaron Ra's debate with Kent Hovind. And the quote from Linnaeus, "It behooves me like a cobbler to stick to my last in my own worship as a naturalist, to consider man in his body, for I know scarcely one feature by which man can be distinguished from apes. If it be not that all the apes have a gap between their fangs and their other teeth, which will be shown by the result of further investigation."
Yep. Also, yes, Sumami, he did say that.
Stupidity really knows no bounds when dealing with someone who hates an alternative model that refutes their own. Taxonomy is subjective, and it can change at any moment, at any time, for any reason, as seen fit
I
by
love
the
that comment
taxonomist.
he just made there.
And a final reminder.
Rewind about 10 seconds. Let him say that one more time. I just love that.
No bounds when dealing with someone who hates an alternative model that refutes their own. Taxonomy is subjective,
So
and it can change at any moment.
One more time.
Knows no bounds.
Hit the J button to jump back 10 seconds. There you go. Let it
Everything in between the first eukaryotic organism and humans today. Stupidity really knows no bounds when dealing with someone who hates an alternative.
Stupidity really knows no bounds when dealing with somebody who hates
an alternative view.
An alternative view. Like yeah, they don't honestly disagree with you. They're just stupid. Like, yeah, you're really gonna win points with that one. Like you're not gonna sway anybody over to your side with that comment. You're just going to fortify the hateful among you against the opposite position. Like this, yeah, it's like it's a dog whistle there. It's like it's just such a useless comment. I don't know.
And so,
it's funny when you think about it that I'm actually a creationist because I'm a Celt, but I'm also a geologist. So
yeah,
they don't conflict with each other because of where my stances are.
Sure.
I mean, Beamsy, I would say you are religious, but you are not a creationist.
I believe that the universe was created from outside to within, but that exists outside the universe.
Yes, but so
in the most general terms,
maybe just a little nuance that exists in my mind. I understand that, and so I get that. I would define a creationist as someone who willingly ignores evidence that contradicts their beliefs. And as far
That's
as
why I made the
don't
specific.
do that.
Yeah, that's why I made the specific errata of, by definition, I would be a creationist, but then through other definitions, I'm not.
Yeah, and I think it really just comes down to how specific you want to get when it comes to what explains our current universe. Because I mean, from some certain point of views, you could say that, hey, our universe was caused by something. It was created by something. Whether that thing is some unthinking entity or some unthinking force or a thinking force or a thinking entity, you can probably say that generally the universe was probably caused by something. Personally, I stop at energy. You can say I'm a creationist when it comes regarding energy. Energy is what caused what we have today. But in Beamsy's case, he ascribes some type of cause to what we currently have, but he does not deny the evidence that's in front of him. I don't want to speak for you. I don't want to speak for you, Beamsy, because I don't know you all that well, but
our universe is naturalistic.
Yeah, you're not shoehorning the conclusion in with your beliefs. I'm sorry, take that back. You aren't shoehorning the evidence in with your conclusion. You are shoehorning the conclusion in with the evidence, and I think that's commendable. It really comes down to terminology and how you look at it.
Yeah.
And again, just in my own weird mind, intentional science denial is part of what it takes to be a creationist. So
that's why when
your
defined,
definition, you might see yourself as one, but I personally disagree.
That's why when defined, I'm a religious naturalist.
Yeah, fair enough. And I can't disprove you, at least not yet. But I know if I someday could, you would.
I'll have to agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, taxonomy is subjective, and it can change at any moment, at any time, for any reason, as seen fit by the taxonomist. And a final reminder, taxonomy proves nothing. They use it as proof, but it is not proof. It is a play on words used today as proof by those who have no good evidence. Because of all the problems, evolution believers have recently had to invent their own taxonomic system to replace the old one that has been a thorn in their side from the start. Because it contradicts
evolutionists had to reinvent the taxonomic system to fit the new evidence to replace the old invented taxonomic system. All taxonomic systems are invented, like saying, hey, we have new evidence, so we should probably rework our system. There's nothing wrong with that, Matt.
Yeah, like we get new evidence and we incorporate it into an existing model.
That old system's not set in stone. It's not like, holy and divine and can't be touched. Like, of course we can change it with new evidence. Like what is there about the taxonomic system before the 1800s that is holier than the one we have now?
And my brain is just picturing what he's arguing, like, why do we have street signs? I know my way home. I don't need to know what street it is. So what's the point of these street signs? They have no use, and they just can be changed arbitrarily.
Yeah.
And that's just what his arguments feel like. They're just...
Yeah.
They're there as a guide, you dunce.
Yeah, and so just addressing some things in the chat, like... Yeah, that's a fair position, Purple. And I'm sort of similar. I would have the same political and scientific views regardless of my religion.
I like that term.
If contradicted with it, I would probably discard it.
I like that term, Purple, apatheist. Like, yeah, I really don't care. Like, I'm going to follow the evidence regardless whether there's a God or not. Like, I'm going to follow the naturalistic evidence and use empiricism to reach my conclusions. That's a great term. I'm gonna steal that. Thank you.
Yeah. And Sumami, how are so many of y'all married to Christians? Well, I mean, you can love somebody despite disagreements with them. And
you'll also notice that there are a lot less idiots who are female Christians.
Debatable.
Well, you find that the biggest concentration of idiots happens to be the male part of it, because they're the ones that are the biggest denialists around it, whereas in women seem to be a bit more agreeable with their own beliefs. I'm not saying that they're all.
I don't know. I have met many smart atheist men and women, many stupid atheist men and women, and many smart and stupid Christian men and women, and everything in between. And so I will say to Mommy, I am speaking for me. Like I am currently dating a religious person, but their religion doesn't conflict with either of our views on the world or anything like that. Like it causes no harm to me, so I don't mind it. But
she's an Adentologist.
Well, it's just that might be a breaking point for other people, and I do acknowledge that. Everyone's different.
I dated a Republican back in like 2009. I mean, we made it work for a while.
Well,
must not say it.
It's 2009 though.
My girlfriend is not a Republican. I am glad for that. That would entail a significant difference in our values.
Yeah, Tsunami, 2009 Republican, before any of this insanity started. 2009. 15 years ago. Literally 15 years ago now.
So, Eric, how many handcuffs and ball gags do you have?
Not enough. I need more. Send more.
That's probably why you're not dating her anymore.
Send handcuffs and ball gags to skepticsandscoundrels@gmail.com.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry.
It's fine, but yeah, like people can date we're married despite religious differences. Though that's not for everybody, and I get that. But like I just see it as okay. My girlfriend has these weird rituals she does now and then. I'm just like, okay, that's cool, honey. The candles smell nice.
And what Purple just said there, the most common reason for men to change religion is to get with a cute woman. Yeah, I probably agree with that. I have seen more than one acquaintance convert due to dating somebody.
Why are you dating her? Look at those tits.
Yeah.
So I did see that, but it was with a woman for a religious guy. And
I mean, so speaking as a guy,
she dove head first into the young Earth creationist science denial shit, and it was really sad to see.
Speaking as a guy, the drive to perform the reproductive actions, not actually reproduce, but perform the actions that lead to reproducing, it's powerful, and it really does override your brain. Like you will do stupid things for it. Like, yeah, I think that's pretty universal among men, most men at least.
Depends on the person.
It's true.
That's why you just come down to the end of it. In the end, you'll always pay for it one way or another.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Yeah, but I'm with the man.
It basically comes down to sex is expensive, yo.
Or maybe you just don't have the skill to make it cheap.
Oh no, it's expensive regardless of your skill. It's expensive.
Oh dear.
Okay, friends with benefits, girlfriend, wife, it's expensive no matter what you do.
And giving them all separate at the same time is even worse.
Depends. Like you know what it took for me to get a date with my current girlfriend, our first date?
What's $1? Give me a dollar amount.
$5.
$5. Okay. I don't know how I don't know how far we're gonna get into this.
So I was dog sitting
not.
for my aunt and uncle, and I was just kind of bored one night, and we had been talking, and I was just like, "Hey, I'm bored. You want to come hang out? The dogs are cute." She said, "Sure." Want to get a pizza? I said, "Sure."
Okay, so
and 2 years later, we're dating.
Okay. Well, all right. I don't want to drill too much into this because this is your stream. I got questions.
That's fine. It's fine. Look, man, we got 3 minutes left. We'll be fine.
Yeah,
probably.
let's keep going. Let's just drop this.
No,
keep
no,
going.
you got a question? Go ahead. I'm drinking. It's whatever.
All right. So you said $5. Like,
Mhm.
okay, so $5 get to first base, second base, third base, home run.
Cuddle with each other for a night.
Okay, that's first base. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like she just came over and was like, "Hey, it's late. You want to just sleep over?" Yeah, sure.
Yeah, pizza and chill.
Hey, look, I had a coupon. We split the price. She doesn't like it when I pay the full bill. My girlfriend likes to split the bill.
It's very noble.
Which hey, helps my wallet. I'm not going to complain.
A mad respect to anybody who says, "Hey, I'm gonna pull my weight. I'm not going to enforce gender roles. I'm going to pull my weight as an equal." Mad respect.
No, like I'm dating a tomboy, man. Yeah. Anyway.
Made up phylogenetic tree of lies that they created.
And so that's where evolutionists struggle with that because, well, it doesn't really reflect their reality.
If it doesn't work, if it needs improvements, then we have to fix it.
Well, okay, so Mommy, on night one, sure, but then I don't know. I was dog sitting for like 2 weeks, and after that first night, she was there every single other night. So I guess something kept her around.
Remember, they invented phylogenetic
free dog sitting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yes.
trees to unite all life, and all of them know the problems that they have with it today. And with this new system, they can easily swindle kids and the public even more with word games, to those that don't know any better. For those of us that do know and understand how it works and notice it, they are forced to admit the flaws, and thus had to invent their own systems because they could not proclaim their bullshit evolutionary common ancestry without a paradox. So now, with their own made-up system based on their own fable, they can now easily
Evolution
deceive
can
people
be
linguistically
falsified.
and
We have
move
many
species around in their
falsification
ever-changing
criteria for evolution. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Could you pop back to that circle he drew?
Yes.
Evolution can absolutely be falsified. Please.
Yeah, it can. Show that genetic variation within a population doesn't change over successive generations.
Yeah. Show
Where'd
me
you go?
show me a mammal fossil in Precambrian rock. Boom, falsified.
Yeah. Oh,
show me a crocoduck. I want to say crocoduck. Ray Comfort, come forward with a crocoduck. You can falsify evolution right now.
Here, just a second. I gotta answer to Mommy. Man, I looked up raptor diagram and all I got was engines.
It's funny how this chart here, you can just replace evolution with Bible, and it's more applicable. It's more true.
Come on, there's the image. Where was it? Where was it? Come on, Google, behave. Okay, so looking at this, so I'm a Deinonychus, so I'm over here. She would be sort of like midway between me and an Austroraptor, I'd say.
So you're the shorty in the relationship?
Absolutely. She is nearly a foot taller than me.
Now we all know why you're dating her.
Hey, she can get shit off the top shelf, man. I'm not complaining.
Based on their own fable, they can now easily deceive people linguistically and move species around in their ever-changing phylogenetic tree of lies. Sadly, the kids stand no chance. You see, genetic similarity only goes so far. For example, we share about the same amount of genetics with a banana as we do with a chicken. And
I highly doubt that.
I mean, I guess it depends on how you're measuring that genetic similarity, right? I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I'm told that, hey, you can say that, hey, yeah, chimpanzees and humans, they have 98% similar DNA, depending on how you measure it.
So Google is telling me that we share about 75% of our DNA with chickens, which significantly more. Matt.
Why do you think a fun weekend is called Choking the Chicken?
Instead of focusing.
Crap. No, wait, where was... Dang it. There we go.
It was a Beamsy comment, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm aware. I just missed play.
Amount of genetics with a banana as we do with a chicken, and about the same as a fruit fly. Does that mean that we split millions of years ago when the banana and the chicken did? Of course not. And we know this because a banana is a recent creation of humans. We hybridized and created the banana. So genetic similarity has nothing to do with divergence time.
But modern bananas are descended from other plants.
Yeah, modern bananas are slightly modified plantains. Like, yeah, this is just completely just off the rails here.
I've never had a raw plantain. I have had dried ones though, and yeah, they taste like a dried banana.
Yeah, I think modern day plantains are fairly unpleasant to eat with the seeds and the taste. Like bananas are, I mean, the bananas were just whipped into shape. It's like, yep, no seeds, no seeds, easy to peel, easy to eat. Like we whipped plantains into something useful. But they're still plantains, really. They're not bananas. They're really just plantains. They're just very, very slightly modified by us over a long period of time.
Yeah. And so, okay, there, minus 20 of that for my height. I am not tall.
185 centimeters. Is that your height?
Minus 20.
Minus 20. Wow. Okay. Let's take a look here. What does the Google say? Oh, you're about 5 feet 4 inches.
5'5".
5'5". Okay. Rounding up.
Don't worry, I'm only 5 feet as well. 5 feet 14 inches.
I mean, I'm not judging. Just I'm just having fun converting centimeters to feet because I'm a filthy American and we don't use the imperial or metric system down here.
Yeah.
According to Google,
I'm American too, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, you're an American scientist. That's different. You're a different breed than us.
Not yet, but okay.
According to Google, I am 190.5 centimeters tall.
Oh, you're 6 centimeters shorter than I am.
Really? You're taller than 6'3"? Really?
I'm 196.
196. Oh, okay. So you're about 6'4"-ish then.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
My fun fact, my little brother, 3 years younger than me, 3 inches taller.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
I'm already tall to begin with, so he's like really tall.
I just tell everyone that I'm 5 foot 16 inches.
I gotcha.
I don't know. I am short, but I'm not. Oh no.
If I can quote the dwarf from Warcraft 3, it's not the size that matters, it's how you wield it.
I mean, hey, I just said my height was that short. I never said what anything else was.
It's true. It's true.
It does not prove common ancestry.
Hey, who knows? Maybe it went somewhere else.
It's the beer talking. I'm sorry.
It shows common design and functional capabilities. Our genetic similarity should be expected to be similar and closer to apes because they live in a similar environment. They both give similar types of birth. They both live on land. And physiologically, we work in similar ways. So, of course, we're going to have more relation. But remember, that 98% number that you always hear in the press is pure fiction. We are not 99.
Jeffrey Tompkins. Go over to Gutsick Gibbon for a wonderful teardown of his awful number. Long story short, this PhD scientist doesn't know how to do math. He doesn't know how to weight his mathematics, whatevers. he's. I mean, he's a creationist, so go figure. But he's terrible with math.
percent related, and the number is told to the public to make it look like we're kissing cousins. It is just more evolutionary lies sold to the public to push their narrative as though it is a fact. Their agenda is clear. Evolution is true without question. But many things can help us determine what a kind is. Orphan genes are one such phenomenon, as they are taxonomically restrictive genes that only function in species within a particular family.
But every living species has orphan genes, you melon. Ah.
We also have in vitro fertilization, we have skin grafting techniques, we have mutation.
Oh no, he has words. You know, it's interesting because I'm pretty sure when Isaac Newton was confronted with evidence that contradicted his prior beliefs, he often changed them. Or at least
He was
didn't
also an alchemist.
Well, yeah, he was an alchemist, but
Or
rates.
maybe
We have a broad spectrum.
Or maybe smart people can say dumb things.
Also true.
I mean, it's a remote
things that help us
possibility,
show what
but
a
I don't know. It's not entirely impossible. That a smart person can say a dumb thing. I mean, yeah.
It kind is. But this should not be true if evolution was true. This is where the religion of deep time comes from. They just invoke time, and time magically solves the problem.
Wait a minute. Wait. Am I supposed to be worshiping an evolution idol? Have I been doing it wrong this whole time?
Apparently, you mean you don't have an altar to the Darwin
Oh my
fish?
god, I've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Where's my solid gold altar?
Man, why didn't anybody tell me? No wonder I'm so weak in my faith. Okay.
And is height still an issue with modeling? I don't know. But
Sinedra, after watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy, not the Hobbit trilogy, which is garbage, the Lord of the Rings trilogy with forced perspective, I don't think height's an issue when it comes to modeling. I think camera tricks and
well,
stuff.
Sumami says it is for getting contracted. With print modeling, it really doesn't matter, apparently.
We are far outside my realm of knowledge here. I know nothing about this.
Yeah. I don't know, but like with height, just out of curiosity, is height a big problem for people when it comes to partners? I got genuinely curious.
Well, when it comes to
some people say yes, some say no.
When it comes to modeling, like cameras can do all kinds of things. Like I would imagine that it wouldn't be a big deal. When it comes to partners, I mean, it really depends on the potential partner, whether they're really a stickler about height or not.
I mean, does it matter for you if your partner is taller, shorter, or whatever?
That's easy for me to say because I mean I'm already 6'3", so it's like it's really rare for me to. If I were hypothetically, if I weren't married and I was dating somebody who was taller than me, I would not care because I'm already tall to begin with. But that's easy for me to say because I'm already tall to begin with. I'm not sure what it would feel like for somebody who is sub 5'5" or sub 5'4". Like I really don't know.
No.
I definitely cannot speak for those people.
There you go, Doc. Does that say it all?
Oh no. Excuse me. I mean, yeah, that happens, but I'm like just curious if people actually care about that because, like, at least speaking for me, like I don't care. Like I've dated people that are shorter, I've dated people that are taller. The only difference is shorter people are easier to carry.
There you go.
If you put your hands behind your head, put your elbows out in front of you, and walk towards wall. If your elbows hit first, I'm not interested.
So you like short people?
No.
Oh, you like something else big.
The other way of putting it is, if they fall over and break their nose, they're a pass.
The moral of the story is it's okay to have your preferences for physical appearance. You should not be judged for it. Don't judge others
Yeah.
for it. Don't be judged.
Yeah, you can have preferences. I don't know. I like personality more. Like
Yeah.
that's what I go for.
I'm not going to fault Doc Dinah for liking Rocky Road ice cream. No matter how wrong he is, I'm not going to fault him for it.
I mean, by this analogy, I like just about every type of ice cream. So,
Oh, that I'm going to look for some bizarre ice cream flavors. Then let's put this to the test.
hey, I'll try just about anything once. Wait, what are we talking about again?
I don't know. Why are we here? I don't
Invoke
know.
time.
Something
Time
evolution
Why are we here?
idol.
Just to suffer.
Something evolutionary idol. I don't know.
Oh no, penetration. And yeah, that was RawMatt.
It was rather
Ugh.
raw.
He like that. He is awful. He is lazy and just
Wrong.
Yeah, wrong.
Well, now you can play Tell Me More's Happy Birthday song for him.
Fine.
So my wife just walked in and told me that I suck for not liking Rocky Road ice cream. Like just out of the blue, she's like, "You talking trash about Rocky Road?" I was like, "Yeah, what of it?" She's like, "You suck." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Look at her chest and go, "You're not entirely wrong."
You make a fair point. You make 2 fair points.
Dear. And all right, fine, Beamsy will. All right, tell me more. Beamsy says
Oh yeah,
this is for
lay it
you.
on us. Do it. Lay it on us.
Once a year we celebrate, we're stupid hats of plastic plates. The fact that you were able to make a trip around the sun. And the whole clan gathers round and gifts and laughter do abound. We let out a joyful sound and sing that stupid song. Happy birthday, now you're 1 year older. Happy birthday, your life still isn't over. Happy birthday, you did not accomplish much, but you didn't die this year, I guess that's good enough.
All right then.
So let's drink to your fading health and hope you don't remind yourself your chance of finding fame and wealth decrease with every year. Does it feel like you're doing laps and eating food and taking naps and hoping that someday perhaps your life will hold some cheer?
Happy birthday!
What have you done that matters?
Happy birthday!
You're starting to get fatter.
Happy birthday!
It's downhill from now on. Try not to remind yourself your best years are all gone.
If cryogenics were all free, then you could live like Walt Disney and live for all eternity inside a block of ice. But instead your time is set, this is the only life you get. And though it hasn't ended yet, sometimes you wish it might.
Happy birthday! You wish you had more money.
Happy birthday!
Your life's so sad it's funny.
Happy birthday!
How much more can you take?
But your friends are hungry, so just cut the stupid cake. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Dear
Bill, Stanley,
Skippy the
Dickie, Bob.
Starts with it.
I love how relentless that song is with the insults. Like it's like it's like a waterfall of just depression.
And so not Beamsy, Eric has sent weird ice cream flavors, I guess, to see if I'll eat them. Okay.
Starting off strong. Boogers.
Ooh, you know, I would try this.
Well, it's only booger colored.
Yeah,
that's not really
like
I mean, come on.
vanilla,
National
caramel,
Geographic.
and marshmallow. You know, that
National
sounds tasty.
Geographic. Come on, man. I mean, like really, that's not booger flavored.
Ooh, cicada. You know, I'd try it.
If it's
I've
crunchy.
eaten bugs before.
Protein.
Yeah, they're crunchy.
Hey, John the Baptist ate bugs. If it's good enough for him, it's good enough for you.
Yeah. I mean, hey, there's enough cicadas. Why not?
Yeah, I know.
Ooh, vanilla with. Oh, I'd definitely try this. That sounds cool. proteins that make jellyfish glow.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, hell yeah.
Radioactive ice cream. Nice.
Cereal milk? Okay, believe it or not, the ice cream shop in my hometown had something that was like this, and it was really popular.
So there's in Las Vegas, which is my hometown. There's this Irish restaurant. They serve Captain Crunch coated French toast, and it's basically just crushed up Captain Crunch cereal coated around French toast and fried and served. And it's really, really good. Like
Oh, that sounds awesome.
crushed cereal coating something else is actually super delicious.
Yeah, it's a really common ice cream topper over here.
Yeah.
Like especially with like Fruit Loops and stuff.
Yeah. You want some sugar with your sugar? We got you. We got you covered.
Ooh, pizza. I would try it, but I'd question it.
Like, is that a savory ice cream or is it actually sweet? I don't
It
see
would-
sugar in that list there.
No,
It's
the flavoring is tomato, basil, oregano, salt, and garlic. Therefore, the basics of the milk and sugar would still be there.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah, like I'd try it.
I mean, I put pineapple on pepperoni pizza. Like pepperoni pizza and pineapple is something my wife can eat all the time. So I mean, sweet pizza is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
fair.
I would do that.
Cold sweat.
Spicy.
3 kinds of pepper.
Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, I'd definitely try that.
And then you cover the whole thing in California Reaper.
That might be a step too far. We'll see.
It's not good ice cream unless it burns you twice.
Tiger. Oh, well, orange flavored with black licorice. Now that's.
Aw.
Yeah, that just sounds like an ice cream. I'd try it.
Damn PETA get in the way of ice cream development.
Pet bird. Oh, okay. Contain the things these birds eat. Yeah, that's.
Oh.
Yeah, fruits, nuts, and seeds.
That's a stretch. I eat pizza, but I'm not pizza. Like that's like saying human flavored ice cream. Oh, humans eat pizza, so pizza flavored ice cream. Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
I've
sorry.
got
tigers.
Well, I've got some pistachio and lemon swirl ice cream that I made yesterday.
Yeah, that sweet and spicy one reminds me of a Mexican candy my Spanish teacher brought us on a Cinco de Mayo. She had just visited Mexico that summer, and she brought a ton of Mexican candies back with her. There was this one that was sweet but really spicy too. It was really
Warheads.
good. Not like warheads. Warheads are sour.
No, there's 2 different. Oh, you don't have both types.
No, ours are just sour.
We have hot and spicy. We have hot and sour. Sorry.
Oh, huh. I don't. Ah, here it is. Tomatoes. It's like a tamarind tomatoey. Come on. I don't want to shop, Google. Yeah, these are what she brought. They were really, really good.
Tomorrow's. There's an accent mark over that A, so you got to say the A with more oomph. Tomorrow's.
You just put the emphasis on it.
Yeah, I have no idea how to read Spanish.
Tamaros.
I mean, two L's is a Y sound.
Yes.
Tortilla. El pollo, loco.
Yeah, we've got strawberry, apple, watermelon, and this is the hot versions. We've also got mango, lime, and pineapple in hot.
I mean, really, if you think about it, you can crush anything and put into ice cream. I can make an anything flavored ice cream if I really, really, really wanted to.
I've got an ice cream machine, so I can do that anytime I want.
Like here's
nice.
a light bulb flavored ice cream. Eat it.
What
do you mean? What do you mean it hurts?
It only hurts once.
Oh, I think it'll hurt twice.
Although also, like, whenever we have a discussion about language, I gotta bring out the German.
Oh, German.
Let's see. Can you try saying this, Eric?
I'm half German, so I should be able to, but I really can't. I'll try
Try
though.
it.
Oh, Jesus. Rechtschutzverkehrsgesellschaften. There you go.
Rechtsversicherung Gesellschaften.
I feel like I just cast a spell. If somebody grows a third arm, I'm sorry.
And you can go.
Let's see. So to Aunt Jer, I'm saying the candies that my teacher brought were tamarind and tomato. That was the flavoring, and yeah, I'd try it. I'd give it a shot.
Depending on who the donor is.
Yeah. Oh no, Purple was asking about Welsh.
Have you ever have you ever translated abortion pill into German?
Anti-Babypillen.
Anti-Babypillen. Anti-baby pill. Like, yes. German is such a
Volkswagen?
perfect language.
Lindsfarwelgon Linguani. That one's easy.
What is? Oh, I'm showing things. I didn't realize I was showing.
Bushgotgotto.
All right, here we go.
That one's easy. There's even a song for it. Lingvan Paul Gill. I'm trying to remember the second. In the village behind St. Mary. I can't remember the whole thing. It's something about St. Mary's by the whirlpool.
Well, I will say you got the first syllable a bit wrong.
Lynn?
Yeah, according to a Welsh YouTuber I listened to, 2 L's is pronounced Schlan.
Yeah, is he from Northern or Southern?
I don't know.
I learned in Southern Welsh, so.
But it's like Schla or Schla, like this. So it's like Schlan wir Polgen go. It's absurd. Welsh has lost its language privileges.
How about New Zealand?
Oh no, does New Zealand have bad names? What the actual hell is that? Okay, let me go down this list.
Is there a dark side to the New Zealand language?
Let me go down this list for you. I'm guessing that's like Waka Papa or Faka Papa.
Is that
then we got
it's like Fozzie Bear.
Fakahoro. And then we got this.
Wow.
What the actual shit?
Are we sure somebody didn't just like face roll across their keyboard writing that?
What that is, it's talking about some guy named Tama who walks up the mountain, I've forgotten his name, did something, and then went over the next hill and that's the name of the mountain.
Why? See, going by the previous things, Tamata Fakata Tangi Hangakoa Tamate Turipuga Ka Piki Manga Horonuku Pokai Ven Uakitanatahu.
And if you want that in English, the summit where Tomata, the man with the big knee, the slider, climber of mountains, the land swallower, who traveled about, played his nose flute to his loved one.
Why? Why? Okay. Hump Ridge, whatever. Hooker Valley, whatever. Weak. Okay, that's funny. Tarwera. Looks pretty.
They've got a similar
Okay.
mountain next to it, but this one's called the Hill of the Nose Flute, played by Tamara, who was blown hither from afar, had a slit penis, grazed his knee, climbing the mountains, fell on the earth, and encircled the land to his beloved.
Are you serious? Source. Please.
Just look that up.
I don't remember a third of what you said.
Look in private chat. It's right there. That's the second one.
Fine, I'll copy and paste it into Google.
Yeah, that'd be easier.
Not typing that shit out.
Why do you think I put it there rather than typing it?
So
I.
So Beams, yeah, just
Why?
So Beamsy, I just caught up on private chat because I wasn't paying attention. You sent me a link for a Love Hina anime music video.
Yep.
I cannot, of all the animes you could send me, you could not have sent an anime music video that I would hate more than fucking Love Hina.
That was the point.
Oh my god, I'll have to watch this. I hated Love Hina when I first watched it like 20 years ago. Hated it. I was like,
I don't know anything about it. I've heard the name.
If you want a romantic anime that just keeps the status quo no matter what, like that's the anime you want. Like if you just want perpetual blue balls, that's the anime you watch.
Oh, sorry. That just reminds me of this one anime a friend and I watched. So for some freaking reason, we decided to just look up the worst anime of all time and watch it while drunk. And we did that. And there's this one about this girl who was like infected by a monster virus and turned into a monster. And the only way she could turn back to normal was by eating her brother. But the brother kept regenerating.
Oh yeah.
And it turned into this weird incesty thing.
That's just science.
It's weird as hell.
Yeah, there's a weird fascination with incest within Japanese culture, at least through their anime. Like it's
oh
more
right.
It's a little more common than you would
called,
expect it to be in most other cultures.
It's just called pupa.
Yeah, basically.
And it's like 8 5-minute episodes. Look, I don't watch Vor. We were drunk and wanted to see that anime, okay? I swear.
I remember Vor.
Well, if you want an interesting one, you could always watch Fire Force, and that would put that all to shame.
Fire Force.
Well, let's put it this
that
way.
was like about firefighters who fought fire with fire.
Kind of, but one of the characters has an ability called the Unlucky Lecher. if she's not accidentally being groped or all her clothes are falling off or she's planting her crotch in the face of a random person, she's having all her clothes burnt off.
Wow. That's inconvenient. Do you guys oh man, this is a long time ago, like 20 plus years ago. Do you remember the laws of anime? Like it was like a list of the laws of anime. It was like let me find it.
I don't, but I found the official trailer for this crap on YouTube, and holy shit. It's worse than I remember.
There you go.
The first 20 seconds is just this girl moaning Oni-chan, and then some weird flesh noises, and then you see her eating a blob of flesh.
Oof.
This sounds almost as bad as bludgeoning an angel Doko-chan.
It is horrific.
So I linked the laws of anime.
Okay.
in the
I
chat.
have heard these before.
Yeah, some of them are pretty good actually. Like toss it up on the screen. Let's walk through them like a bunch of nerds.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what we fucking are, I guess.
Well, I'm not a nerd. I'm just here for fun. You guys are the nerds. You guys are the nerds. Yeah, not me.
Okay. Let's see. The law of metaphysical irregularity. Let's see. The law of differentiated gravitation. The law of sonic amplification.
I like
the
number
law
4.
of constant thrust.
Yeah, in space, constant thrust equals constant velocity. Because there's a lot of resistance in space, you know. Like we see in Star Wars. You got to keep those engines going if you want to maintain your speed.
Sorry, after I finished like a physics class in high school, some new Star Wars movie came out, and it just bugged the hell out of me.
Oh yeah,
Like,
Star
that's not
Wars
how any of it
space
works.
physics is weird. It's like it's like they're constantly flying through just a soup of matter because there's always some type of resistance going on. It's really weird.
I am noticing there is no law of Gymax.
Not yet.
It'll probably be down there.
No, it's law of mechanical mobility.
I've already finished reading
Temporal
it.
variability. Yeah, this is a favorite law of JoJo.
Yep.
Temporal mortality. Interesting. A second law of temporal mortality. Law of dramatic emphasis. Okay.
Oh, 11's
Laws
great.
of dramatic multiplicity.
Yeah.
Oh.
11 is great. Law of inherent combustibility. Everything explodes.
Anything that explodes bulges first.
Yeah, that's the first corollary.
Oh no, I'm about to explode! Oh wait, sorry, wrong sort of bulging.
Large cities are most explosive. Large cities are the most explosive substances known to human science. Tokyo, in particular, seems to be most unstable of these cities. Some to refer to as the matchstick city.
Especially if it's Tokyo 3.
Yeah, where Tokyo is literally entitled Tokyo 3.
Oh dear. The law of phlogistatic emission.
Yeah, there's a bunch of these. So my friends and I, we liked these a lot when we were in high school. I mean, I graduated in the year 2000, so this is how long ago this was. But we actually added our own law. It's not on this list, but we added our own law. It was the law. What was it called? The inverse law of female armor. The more armor a male wears, the more protected he is. The less armor a female wears, the more protected she is.
That's gaming tropes, not anime
Yes.
in particular.
Yeah, gaming,
Sorry,
anime,
this
D&D.
character is a bimbo.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's just a Min-May's a bimbo.
I don't know that character.
I think was that Ranma?
I don't know.
Min-May's a bimbo.
Laws
Man,
of
it's been so long that I can't remember the
Tsumami,
reference.
Tsumami, stop. Stop. No. Bad.
Okay, Minmay is a bimbo. Minmay is the American spelling from Robotech. Minmay is the proper English spelling of the Japanese classic. So Robotech character. Apparently, she's a bimbo, or he's a bimbo. I don't know. I don't want to assume gender there.
Oh dear. Well, I haven't watched an anime in a while, actually.
Well, I've put one in the link that you might want to watch.
Oh no! Why?
Oh dear. I'm gonna save this link for later, BMC.
Why are there boob physics
I'm gonna put
on
this.
the poster?
I'm gonna put this link into the private collection.
Oh, if you actually want the link, give me a second.
Oh, sweet Jeebus, no.
For those in the
Y'all-
chat who can't see
y'all
it,
need
it's for an anime
Jesus.
called it's for an anime called Bikini Warriors. And it's exactly what you think it is.
Y'all think Jesus.
Oh dear. I wonder what's happening to your view count right now, Doc.
Well, if it's anything like Chuck Tingle, no, yeah, it's remained the same. It's like Chuck Tingle.
Oh yeah, you're down a single digit. You're down to 9. Last I looked, it was
No,
8.
I was at 9 when we started this shit. My chat is full of perverts.
Oh my god.
And weebs.
Only the true believers remain. Only the strong are here.
Oh dear.
If you can get through the first episode, you do better than I did.
Oh man.
We should have like a bad anime watch party sometime.
Don't get me involved because I have a list.
I do too. Pupa is on there because it's awful.
I still watch anime. Despite being almost 42 years old, I still watch anime. I'm watching Spy X Family with my wife right now. It's really good. Everybody should watch it. It's just an adorable, funny show.
Yeah, I have a friend who I need to talk to. I have a friend who I need to set up a time to watch the end of Attack on Titan with.
Oh yeah, they just released the ending. So
yes,
I'm more so when it comes to like week by week stuff, I'm more of a manga person. For like Attack on Titan, Naruto, Kenshin, like I rely on the manga, and then I wait until long after the anime's been released to watch it. But yeah, Attack on Titan's finale just got released or something, I think.
Yeah, like the actual finale, which is just
it's
it's been a few years since the manga ended, and it's just like I read the manga, so I know most of what's going to probably happen. I've heard they made some changes though.
I did hear they made a couple of, I think it was just mostly dialogue changes. A couple of
probably
statements were slightly different.
Yeah, but I am excited to see it though, because it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, have you actually seen Bludgeon Angel Doku-chan?
I have not. I have a feeling you're going to share it with me.
That's
and I'm
That's an amazing name.
Well, the first time the main character meets Doku-chan, she knocks off the top of his head, as in from the bottom of his jaw up, and splatters blood all over the room with a mace nearly twice her size.
Wow.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then she does a magical dance and then brings him back to life.
I remember watching like the first 5 minutes of Mars of Destruction and just giving up. Like it's awful. It's awful. But at any rate, I do think it is probably time to call it quits. Sadly, we've been going for nearly 4.5 hours, and I have to work in the morning. I will say thank you to everybody for joining. It was lovely to have you all on, except for Beansy.
Of course, I know my position.
I'm just glad it wasn't me that got called out.
It's
Oh,
always
you,
me.
Eric, how dare you be here?
There was only 3 Damon Beamsies this time.
Was it only 3? I could swear there was 4.
Eh,
Oh, well.
I don't really
Thanks
keep
for
track.
joining, everybody, though. And we'll see you soon.
All right.
Have a good one.
Everyone have a great night, folks. Bye.
Das Vidania.